tech company conversation. I think that's the true sign of thought leaders that are like, let's get us together and talk about this stuff. Because we're all doing interesting things, and maybe together we can figure out a few things. So, good stuff. Sam, thank you very much. It's great, Lorelei, to be here with you again. Thank you, everybody, for joining us for this episode of AppSec Today. You can check out more of our content on techstrong.tv.com. And, of course, check out our good friends at men.io and our guest from ActiveState as well. Thank you. We'll be back with some more great interviews coming right away, so don't go anywhere.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. DevOps.com. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Discover the cutting-edge insights of our new show, AI Times, a series that explores the limitless potential of artificial intelligence. Sponsored by the AI Infrastructure Alliance, the AI Times is at the forefront of the AI revolution, tackling the crucial questions of how we can leverage AI for the betterment of humanity. Stay ahead of the curve as this show delves into all things surrounding AI, including trends, pressing concerns, and the positive impact AI is making around the globe. AI Times. Your DevOps adventure starts here. At DevOps On-Ramp 23, you'll find everything you need to get started with DevOps. Best practices, processes, and tools. Tips and tricks from experienced practitioners sharing their real-world experiences. This virtual event will provide you with the roadmap to a successful DevOps career and the opportunity to get hands-on experience. The rush has started. Don't be left behind. Join us on May 4th, 2023.
Hiring great DevOps and cyber talent is a huge challenge for technical teams. Cloud transformation is driving demand higher. You've tried doing it yourself. Job boards, LinkedIn, didn't work. Recruiters are an option, but who do you trust and not waste your time and money? RecruitOps is the new way to source engineering talent. From MediaOps, the people behind DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, Container Journal, and more. We sit right in the middle of the hottest positions in Dev, Sec, and Ops, and the brightest minds in the field. If you're looking for a great position or the talent to fill it, we can help you. Trust us, risk-free.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture,
Okay, everyone, we're back here. Many thanks to my buddy Mitchell Ashley, did the last panel. But I'm back at the desk, and we're real excited to be here at Techstrong. We are live. It's the afternoon, and our next guest is Michael Jabara from Visa. And first of all, Michael, welcome to Techstrong TV, man.
Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure to have you here.
Absolutely.
So, Michael, let's start with you.
Yeah.
Tell us about you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I lead our global fraud services organization. And so the mission statement for that is to proactively identify and mitigate large-scale fraud attacks and data breaches across Visa's entire global ecosystem. So we process $10 trillion worth of payment volume annually. My team's role... Annually.
Good, because for a second I thought you were going to tell me daily, and I was like,
No.
I don't think that's the global economy.
That's the goal.
Right, that is the goal.
One day we're going to get
doing
there.
it right, you'll get there.
Exactly.
Or inflation keeps up, one or the other.
One or the other.
You'll get there.
But that's the idea. So the team's organization, the team's mission is to really make sure that we're that first and last line of defense to make sure that our clients don't suffer catastrophic fraud losses.
Excellent. And you are the head of the global fraud team on this.
Correct. No, that's exactly right.
Talk to us. What is that specifically your role? What does that really entail?
So there's 4 components of it that we put into place. So the first thing and everything that we do starts with intelligence. So we have folks who are monitoring the dark web, kind of understanding how malware, ransomware is evolving, and building capabilities that allow us to identify these vulnerabilities and these threats as soon as they start to pop up. From there, we have our 24/7 risk operations center. So they're the ones eyes on glass. As soon as they see these alerts jump, they assess them, figure out if it's a true positive, and then put the right action in to make sure the attack is stopped in its tracks. The next team is global risk investigations. So if you think about the 24/7 folks as doing triage, the investigators come in, figure out what went wrong, what was the gap, what can we learn from it, and then talk about it to our clients globally to protect themselves. And then we also, the final component is we have a really robust law enforcement engagement function where we enable bi-directional exchange of intelligence and then refer cases over to them so that we can disrupt the fraudsters at the source.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
Great. So, there are some people watching here at home, though, who are going to say, okay, I get, Visa's very interested in fraud detection, blocking fraud. What are you doing at RSA, though? I mean, beyond the obvious. What do you view as your mission here at RSA?
So I think the whole point is that core to our network, the global economy really is trust. Like if you don't trust that the money is going to go to the person that you've sent it to, that you're going to get the goods or services that you paid for, everything falls apart. And it has downstream implications on everybody involved. So for us to maintain, build, enhance that trust, it requires deep partnerships, collaboration across multiple players. So we're here to really share with our audience what we're seeing as a network, things that we're doing about it, and then potential things that we can do together as partners to make sure that we're kind of constantly evolving that trust journey.
Excellent. Have you? Well, actually, I already know the answer, but for people out there, Visa's been a player at RSA conference for years and years and years.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. All right, let's pivot a little bit or move on. What about this year's conference? Is there any news from Visa? What's going on?
Yeah, I think for us it's always around the innovation that's happening on the fraud side. And I think we talk a lot about, hey, look at all this cool innovation that is making our lives easier, building new products and capabilities. And I think that's great. For me, every time I hear about that, my first thought is, how are the fraudsters, how are the threat actors going to use that same innovation to carry out more complex, more sophisticated fraud attacks? So we're seeing that with things like the evolution of AI and the development of ChatGPT. We're seeing that coming down a little bit further down the pipeline with quantum computing and the potential implications that it has on cryptography. But we're also seeing some really interesting trends today in terms of how fraudsters are behaving. Like a really good one is around data. Right? So we've done a lot of work around making data valueless. Like you're able to breach an organization, but the data you get access to can't be used anywhere else. So what are fraudsters now doing? They're moving further upstream. They're collecting personal information so that they can do account takeovers, they can create synthetic identities, they can do application fraud. And so there's always kind of this cat and mouse game that is happening and that we're seeing kind of happen on a much more accelerated pace than we had seen before, especially after the COVID pandemic.
Absolutely. You know what I find not fascinating, but it's almost, it just sort of blends. If you know, our audience are security practitioners, DevOps, digital transformation, cloud native.
Yeah.
But when you go to the consumer level,
Yeah.
people, they just want the anti-fraud. That, you know, they know when they use a Visa credit card,
Yep.
they're kind of immune from the financial the financial penalties of being a victim of fraud.
Yeah.
Right? Because your Visa covers it for you.
Yep.
They know everyone gets an alert now and then. Hey, this looks like a suspicious activity. Press 1 for yes, 2 for no, or is this really you? Yeah, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's become so good at doing it and so commonplace that I think a lot of people take for granted what goes into this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the magic of security, right? You don't know when it's working.
But
as a consumer.
But that's also, it's a double-edged sword, because that's one of the problems with security is when nothing happens, you won. And so it's very hard to say, well, nothing happened because I'm doing security well, or nothing happened because I'm not the zebra that the lion chose to eat today.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that's exactly right.
And this is an issue in our world. And and that, by the way, that transcends consumer security. It's B2B security as well. What does, I mean, and you don't want to be blowing your horn, because frankly, you don't want to tip the bad guys off to everything you do in every way. Anyway.
Yep.
How do you strike that balance?
I think it's really around creating infrastructures in place that allow you to deploy that seamless consumer experience where you kind of take it for granted, which we kind of want that to be the case, but also gives you a level of agility so that you can respond really quickly, right? And so for us, kind of the way that we think about it is like, what is our superpower? Like, what is it that really makes us a leader when it comes to security? It's really around data, right? So we have an unparalleled view in terms of the transactions that we see, and also the differences in behaviors across cardholders, merchants, banks, countries, all of that, right? But data up by itself is not really going to get you insights, right? You have petabytes of data, but it only is impactful if you actually can do something with it. So then we're building this AI ML layer on top of it, and we've invested over $500 million in that piece alone, so that we can start to create some really dynamic rules, some really dynamic scoring, so that we have a really nuanced view of this is legitimate, we should let it through. This is suspicious, we should send that alert and get that confirmation. Or this is just like downright fraud, we need to go ahead and decline it at the source. And then having that kind of operational playbook be very automated. A lot of folks do SOC and 24/7 support, but a lot of it is like humans on the screen. We do that because that expertise is incredibly valuable. Like, how do you automate that journey for these 24/7 people so that you're giving them that superpower, right? Like, you're amplifying their impact. So those are like the three core components, like the data AI, the data, then the AI ML, and then the automation orchestration layer on top of all of it.
So you can't walk more than 3 feet without tripping over this AI.
Yeah.
Not only at this show, it seems like in the whole world.
Of course, yeah.
Talk a little bit about how AI, not just now, because you know, we in the tech world, we've been working with AI ML for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, we're certainly entering a new era of AI, let's
Yeah.
call it the generative AI era.
Yeah.
How do you think that plays into your mission?
So there's a kind of a couple of ways, because going back to the kind of the point where as soon as I see an innovation, I'm like, how are the fraudsters going to use it? And so when we're thinking about ChatGPT as an example, and the way that it can like generate very authentic seeming documents and emails, if you look at where a lot of the fraud attacks are happening today, it's business email compromise, it's clicking on links through phishing emails, and those emails right now they're kind of crappy. Like it shouldn't be too hard for people to distinguish that this is bad, right?
Yes,
for the most part.
I've seen some good ones.
Absolutely. I'm not saying they're all garbage, but you would think, at least as a security professional, that most people would be able to detect it. Well, now bring in that LLM component to it, and all of a sudden you as a fraudster can generate customized, personalized email messages that are very convincing and then send them out to hundreds of millions of people. So your reach is broader, but then also your success rate is higher. And so now the amplification of all the data breaches, all the impersonations, account takeovers gets exponentially higher. And so for us, it's like, wow, how do we kind of make sure that we are kind of building models that are able to detect these fakely generated artifacts, and then B, how do we set up our processes and systems to be able to handle this increased volume of attempts on our end? So it's like a two-sided problem that we're looking to solve, and we're working on. But those are the kind of things that we see coming up, and I mean they're here now, right? This is not like a 5-year problem.
Sooner than later, I think is the key here. Like sooner, maybe in 12 months. I mean,
absolutely. I mean, they've only been around for it's only been generally available over the last 6 months, right? Yeah.
I know. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
Crazy. Michael, I want to thank you for coming on, man.
Thank you for having me.
People who are Visa cardholders out there, and that's pretty much everyone.
Yeah.
Where on Visa.com can they go to find out like some of what you and your team are doing?
They can go to Visa.com/security, and you get to learn all about what we do.
There you heard it, Visa.com/security. Check it out. We're live here at RSA. We're going to be back in a moment. Stand by.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. DevOps. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more.
Thanks for joining today's session at the end of a really great day of content here at Predict 2023. I'm Britta Glade, Senior Director of Content for RSA Conference, and I'm delighted to be joined today by 4 of our program committee members for RSA Conference 2023. So for background and context, we have around 150 different program committee members across all of our various content development efforts for RSA Conference, and these are leaders within their field who offer their time, expertise, and perspective to select and guide the content that makes it to the RSA Conference stage. and their work was definitely cut out for them this year because we received more than 2,400 submissions, which is a record number for us. And to save you from any inbound questions in chat, notifications will be going out around January the 23rd to those who submitted to be speaking at conference this year. Our 4 guests today worked with their counterparts to review and debate and ultimately select the sessions that will appear on their tracks in April. And I'm excited to dig into the trends that they consider to be most important in 2023 in their respective areas of focus, issues that are likely on your minds as well. So Diana, let's start with you, since we just heard a great panel on supply chain as part of today's event, which of course is a growing discussion across our industry and was reflected in the submissions that you and your teammate reviewed for the Protecting Data and the Supply Chain Ecosystem track. In particular, I know that you reviewed a lot of submissions in and around how organizations are thinking differently about managing open source code. That was a big theme. Can you speak to some of your thoughts on what you see happening here and why it's such an important trend?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'd first like to call out my amazing track partner, Edna Conway, because this was absolutely such a team effort, and she just a wonderful, wonderful human being to work with. So thank you, Edna, and thank you, Britta. But some trends, there's so many, there's so much to unpack. I'm just going to pick 3 that I think were really kind of created this sort of meta set of trends around data and supply chain. And the first one was around moving from concept to implementation, because very often in security, we'll talk about, we need to do this, we need to do that. But then actually the rubber hits the road is when people start learning from how we're doing it. And SBOMs, for example, and I'm going to talk about those a little bit more later, but SBOMs, which are the bill of materials, everybody was talking about it a couple of years ago after the executive order, but what we were seeing was people who had actually been implementing it, and they wanted to come back and share, this is what we've learned. So we really loved this focus on implementation, not just concept. Concepts still matter. Things that are coming down the pike still matter. And in that space, we saw a lot of really great content around the regulatory impacts and how things are changing and what that's going to bring to supply chain and data security. Some real standouts here were the Chips and Science Act of 2022, which is talking about how, we build semiconductors, how we buy them, and trying to lift the U.S. supply chain dependence on other countries for it. So how's that going to impact? Because semiconductors are in all the technology that we use. Another big one, Schrems 2, which is a ruling from the Court of Justice of the EU that invalidates the EU-US privacy rule or safe harbor. So what is that going to mean to organizations? It's going to be really impactful. So looking at those pieces. And then interestingly that we've gone, and I'm actually here for it, I'm kind of happy. There's been a little bit of like a back to the future around a couple of areas, and 2 that stand out: data lake security and data lifecycle management. As we move to the cloud, as we start training AI and ML on massive amounts of data, data lake security has come back up, but in a very real, very immediate way. And suddenly people are caring about data destruction again, data maps, managing data retention, and how this impacts our attack surface. And I am so excited because it's such a critical part of a security program. I think it had been a little bit deprecated the past few years. It's coming back up and is really critical in this space.
Excellent. So Jennifer, you had some similar kinds of trends that pulled through on the DevSecOps and application security track. Returning to that open source trend, which we saw there, clearly this is on our community's mind. What did you see, and what can RSA conference attendees look forward to learning more about in the world specifically of open source security?
Yeah, we did see a lot of those. So just a little background. I'll do just an intro, Britta, because I don't know. I'm newer to being part of the program committee, and I've loved it. And I'm going to also give a shout out to my track partner, Chris Romeo. So I lead application security and endpoint security at Target. I'm in Minnesota, where you can see the weather behind us. We're in the January snow time, I suppose. And I'm really looking forward to seeing you all in San Francisco in a couple of months, where hopefully it's warmer. And I'm really excited about our track. We are seeing a lot of open source submissions. We saw 3 times the submissions this year than we saw last year. So I think people are really excited about application security, DevSecOps, We know, and the trend continues, that modern software is assembled more than it is written. And so we see a lot of open source and supply chain conversations coming into the DevSecOps track, which we're really excited about. Diana, when I heard you talking, what I'm thinking is I think the lines between tracks is blurring, and I think that's good. Really, it's no longer like I'm an AppSec person, so I'm going to go to this AppSec track. We saw a lot of stuff about cloud security. Well, what is it? Is it application security or is it cloud security? And so I think that what we're starting to see is the convergence of some of these topics in the overall ecosystem security, which I think is exciting. That's the kind of conference that I like going to with RSA, and you get so much diversity of content. So yeah, we can talk a little bit more about AppSec in the future, but certainly open source security, we've got a couple of sessions earmarked to talk about different things that I think will be complementary to what they're talking about in other tracks that are also related to open source and supply chain.
Yeah, it's interesting when we construct the tracks as a whole. We find people don't tend to sit on one track and stay there the whole time. Yeah. They're moving between things, and that's the magic, if you will, of RSA conference. It's that big giant water cooler for the industry, where someone who cares deeply about law can bump into someone who's a developer who may not naturally cross paths, and yet their perspectives are so important. It's that big D diversity that does help influence and impact how we think about things. So it is interesting to see the crossover between the tracks.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So shifting gears a little bit, Roderick, you're part of the analytics, intelligence, and response team. And there again were some really fascinating different submissions that we saw. One I wanted to dig into here a little bit was thematically across tracks. This was not just hackers and threats. It wasn't just was what's going on in the Ukraine, because what's happening there, it's impacting supply chain, it's impacting policies, it's impacting what we're accepting from where. So can you speak a little bit to what you reviewed and why you think this is so important for our industry to take note, certainly recognizing this is a changing situation?
Absolutely. This was a great time with my two program committee partners, Christy and Pamela, as well. We had lots of debates about these, and we had lots of Ukraine-Russia talking tracks. A lot of them were around advanced persistent threats. Others were with what's going on currently with current cyber attacks. But with all things war and war-related, those things change over time. We don't know what this war is going to look like 6 months, 7 months, 8 months from now. So we were really, looking at, those APT threats, those big ones that everybody in the world should be worried about. Some of the trends that we thought about too is automation as well too. There's malware strings, those attack vectors, industries and manufacturing. Those impact the entire world. So we really had to dive deep and find ones that would really benefit our global community at RSA when people get there. But it's a huge topic, lots of great themes and focus points. APT threat, as I said before, you'll probably see that in the theme run, but we'll be talking a lot about the threat intelligence incident response track.
Yeah, and I know there were so many, we very easily could have had a whole conference, right? Just about the Ukraine-Russia situation. And I know it was really, really, really difficult for your team in particular to narrow down to just what you thought was the most pertinent for people to be listening to.
Absolutely. We could add a whole day worth of Russia, Ukraine. I think your team, they'll get enough to work with for next year to years to come with those particular threats.
Yeah. And that was another one. It was interesting looking at, we've got sessions on the law track that relate to and that reflect on what's going on Russia, Ukraine. We have sessions in the strategy and architecture track. So it's another one of those, we kind of had the 5 mini themes, if you will, that threaded throughout conference. Web3 and the metaverse was one that came through everywhere. Ransomware came through in multiple different areas. The Russia-Ukraine situation, zero trust popped up in lots of areas. And then the last one, for lack of a better term, I've kind of called it humanity. What are the things that we're doing and looking at within our industry? Things like human trafficking, making minors safe for engagement in the metaverse and such. So there were some really interesting sub themes that came up across tracks as our different teams worked on things. But cloud, Sean, let's pull you into this conversation here. You're part of this cloudy team, which is interesting because the cloud is not just one thing. It's everywhere anymore, right? It's not just infrastructure. It's impacting policy. It's impacting compliance. We saw lots of submissions that crossed lots of different areas. Directionally, where is cloud going at RSA Conference 2023?
It's quite interesting, I think. And this is my fourth year on the program committee. And of course, I have to highlight my other two co-chairmen, and that is Rich and Anna. They did a great job this year with me. And the thing that I remark on is from Jennifer's perspective it's the convergence. So a lot of organizations now, right? And originally there was the very cloud first organizations. Well, now everyone in some way, shape, or form is in cloud. Some organizations maybe have 98% of their workloads in the cloud. Other organizations are going there. So what we're seeing is fewer hybrid type cloud talks, a lot, and I mean a lot of zero trust app access cloud talks. We saw quite a few around Kubernetes and containers. So using kind of that code modularity for infrastructure and being able to have a modular infrastructure across your footprint so that multiple teams can work on the applications. It's obviously a really great thing that's happening right now, and that's one of the trends in cloud. But the other thing that I noticed this year, and Roderick, you're going to be super happy about this, I think, is that now we're really starting to see a lot more traditional security approaches applied to cloud native. So we're seeing a forensics in cloud submissions. We're seeing how do we exactly handle a breach? Because it is different. It's a different beast when you don't own all the infrastructure and you can't just take all of the outside snapshots, and you maybe don't fully own the network that you're riding on. And so some of that traditional security thought is now going cloud native, if you will. So we're not taking the same things that we did from an on-premise perspective, and we're now turning them into a more cloud native security posture, which is an interesting thing for me.
It is indeed. And I know you and I have discussed, and this was pre you joining the program committee, but we almost several years ago blew up the cloud track because it was like, this is kind of everywhere. It's ubiquitous. Do we really need something? And the cycles that this has gone through, because yes, the cloud is everywhere. And yet there's some very cloud specific conversations that are helpful to have. And the maturity of what's coming through in this track, just in the last 5 years, the change of what's there is pretty exciting to see.
It is. It's a wonderful thing. So yes, so cloud is kind of a part and parcel to all of our tracks, but there are enough distinctions of the CSP and the CSC, so cloud service provider and cloud service customer interactions that go across that definitely necessitate having that deep dive into those relationships, going over some of the new frameworks, things like Caveat, that is a new effort that the CSA and MITRE are working together on for having kind of a MITRE defend or a MITRE attack matrix applied to the cloud. So all of things like that definitely still need a home.
Yeah. So to the all things cloud, Diana, let's pull you into this conversation, because again, all these fuzzy lines between all of you, which is why I love working with all of you at the small scale and a large scale with our program committee. As your team looked at submissions, there was that bubble up. Supply chain is not just widgets. The cloud plays a big role here. Take us into this.
Yeah, I love that you're pointing out the widgets, because that's where I think a lot of people get sort of caught up. They hear supply chain, and still it's changing. It's moved in the past few years, but certainly even 3-5 years ago, you'd say supply chain, and people would say, but we don't make widgets, so we don't have a supply chain. You have a supply chain, everything you buy, all the hardware, the software, but now you're in this very complex multiverse supply chain that is the cloud. And some examples of how that comes into play with data security and supply chain security, thinking about what we're able to aggregate on the internet now in the cloud, the amount of content that we can bring together, and then how we can use it. If anybody has dipped their toe into Chat GPT, and I think, Britt, you said something like, don't go there unless you want to get into the rabbit hole for hours or something. And that was such a very spot on. But if you haven't used Chat GPT, it is an AI that you can ask in natural language for answers, and even ask it to do things like write code snippets for you. And it appears to be hyper intelligent. What it is it's taking all the data on the internet and being able to bring it back to you in a way, slice it and dice it in a way that feels very natural language. It feels almost like you're interacting with an intelligent being. Now, that's all public data, but AI and ML has to be trained on data. And that means that a lot of the data it gets trained on, it's private, or it's been anonymized. But as we know, when we look at data lakes and how different pieces of data can be reassembled even after they've been separated, there's a lot of risk here for data leakage. And data coming out, there are failure modes of things like, model inversion, for example, and membership inference, that you can get the data out of of those lakes, out of that model, out of that AI model. Or ML model. That's a really big one for organizations to think about. We're bringing all this data together, but are we protecting it properly? And if we share our data out, if we're using models out of a zoo, is that going to be safe for us? So that's a big one. Was really happy to see there's focus on that in the track, because it's an important thing to look at. Another area, the low code and the no code tools. I love them. And they are incredible. They have changed not just how non-devs can actually start to create workflows and meaningful applications for their own companies or for their teams, but also how development teams are now using it. I think about writing integration for a security product, back in the day, and it could take you days, depending on what you're doing. Now with some of these tools and APIs, you can just bring them in minutes, but that has to be done securely. And what are you bringing in? Have you understood the real risk model of it? So that's another one the cloud gives, but it also adds some security places that we need to look at. And the other one is, Jennifer, I loved saying assembled, because that was just so perfect. We assemble our applications now. So how do we assemble them? With other people's code. So, and why not? Why reinvent the wheel? But when you're using other people's code, is it trustworthy? How can you do it in a safe manner? And how are you going to be able to track that going forward? So a lot of that, cloud has really opened up so many opportunities, but we have to use them in a really, organized way, which we were so happy to see so much focus on this in the submissions.
What the great Spider-Man quote: "With great power comes great responsibility." Yes. Right. So I don't know if it's Spider-Man or if it's one of the founding fathers or who said it first, but Spider-Man claims responsibility. Right. So Roderick, you also dipped your toe, if you will, into the cloud. I know there were some really interesting submissions specific to cloud security, threat intelligence, and some new behaviors that we're seeing amongst threat actors. Tell us a little bit about what you were seeing here and why does it matter?
Yes. So for our cloud, from a threat intelligence and incident response point of view for cloud, it was really, really interesting. So from threat intelligence, cloud is the next big hack for threat actors. That's where all of our data is going. It's separated by regions. There's multiple different cloud providers that are out there. How are threat actors targeting the cloud environment? Looking for vulnerabilities, looking for shadow IT, the words we hear, attack surface intelligence. You'll keep hearing about these buzzwords, but it really is looking at the assets that are in the cloud environment. And can, organizations and companies, both public and private sector, can they find them all? Can they understand when to deprecate some assets, when to secure other assets, when assets are vulnerable? It's becoming like that big web of where everybody's storing their data. Now, from the incident response point of view, we look at threat actors being very savvy. I always say threat actors, their day job is to be creative. So we're looking at things such as like how do threat actors erase or wipe away artifacts from the cloud as they go through their attack path and their surface? How do we prevent that? How do we go with that forensic analysis for those incident response protocols? Even bigger is incident response procedures in general to a 100% cloud environment. As many of the participants will understand, when you're on-prem equipment, you can do some work with that. You can save servers, you can image hard drives, but when you're in the cloud, it sounds, and I think a lot of people understand that now, your data is in the cloud, and we don't know where that cloud is going to float. so we have to really find where that data is at and do some incident response analysis. And then, of course, that really brings in our SOC teams, having to do this. And I really like the presentation that weren't so much about automation and alert fatigue, but it really was looking at personnel and defining good SOC personnel that can do incident response, can look at the alerts, while also building the capability and capacity, and also preventing burnout. That's a really big thing. We talked about threat intelligence, threat actors spending their entire day being creative, and the incident response, how they clean it up. Well, your SOC team is a small member of teams are humans as well too. We're trying to prevent burnout because that knowledge, we don't want it to become tribal knowledge, we want it to become institutional knowledge. And maintaining those SOC personnel is very big. So I really like how the presenters really added the human aspect, the human element into the cloud environment for threat intelligence and incident response.
Yeah. So these fuzzy lines, as you're listening to this out there, you probably do see and understand there's not a lot of submissions that we receive that are reviewed in one place. There's, this deals with cloud and it deals with supply chain. And maybe there's some flavors of DevOps because of that open source security element. And while all of our panelists today, they're all getting along very nicely, they don't always get along so nicely behind the scenes, right? These folks are competitive. They want to make sure the best stuff appears on their track, and they duke it out and they debate and they fight each other for different submissions. And that is the goodness that is RSA Conference, because they make sure, these folks, as representative of 150 others, make sure the best possible content makes it to the stage. So it's awesome. It's awesome that things are reviewed, re-reviewed, twisted, looked at. How can we make sure our community benefits the most? And to this point of really fuzzy lines between the different review teams, Jennifer, just like the Ukraine-Russia war spilled into almost every group, so did the supply chain conversation that we had, right? So in the DevOps world, why does this matter? What's new and different with what's happening in supply chain?
Well, we saw a lot of breadth in the kinds of submissions that came in through the DevSecOps track. It was, I'm trying to remember if we saw anyone mention the OWASP top 10, which kind of used to be when you think about application security, it was like different varieties of OWASP top 10 presentations. Really not much of that. And Roderick, I like hearing what you said. We saw quite a few people submissions. So we have to influence people. How do we do that? And so I was really excited to see some talks that came through about the people element. We saw some things that are about pipeline security, which are great. That's an element. But I think what we saw in the breadth of submissions was just the breadth of how do we secure applications. And I think that's why we have so much complementary nature to all of these different tracks, because you can't secure an application if the way that you've deployed it is insecure. And so you use the intelligence, and certainly the data factors in. And I think, Diana, you were talking a little bit about what's old is new and hygiene, and there's not going to be some magical solution. Like, you kind of just have to get in there and do some asset management and partner closely with your SRE teams. And so that's what we've seen. Britta, your question was, why does supply chain matter? Because that's still an important element. We've been talking about assembling software. And so how do you know that these different components that you're bringing into your core application that you're going to use to access maybe your most sensitive data, and you have to make sure that you have regulatory control and all sorts of things. It all kind of comes together to create secure applications. And so that's, I think, the kinds of submissions that we saw, the things that we were really excited we were really excited to see the volume because that shows that other organizations are as excited as we are. Lots of practitioner submissions, which are hands down my favorite. I learned the most from the practitioner submissions where people have said, I'm in the trenches. This was a real struggle for us, and here's how we've solved it, because I love learning from other companies. And so, again, what we're seeing, I think, is a lot more variability in the kinds of submissions, and I think it's going to create a really rich track of things that people can learn, and conference, not just Britta's right. Yeah, I feel competitive, that we want to build a really good track. And so when I say we're going to create a really rich track, I do expect, and I know my peers are doing that in the other tracks as well.
Exactly. So actually, I made it to that transparency and knowing what's inside. Let's explore the bomb. Diana, there were so many bombs, so many letters of the alphabet put in front of bomb. I'd never seen so many. I didn't know there were some of these bombs. What's going on?
No, there were definitely a lot of bombs, and the SBOM, the software. So BOM is bill of materials, in case anybody hasn't heard it. And there was an executive order on improving the nation's cybersecurity, which said we need to have SBOMs, which is a list of the dependencies in your software. So if you think about the mad scramble that so many organizations had to go through when Log4j was reported, a lot of companies were like, we don't use Log4j, we're not impacted. Oh, lo and behold, a lot of the vendors that they had in there used Log4j. So there was this big scramble. So that's what the SBOMs
to the supply chain conversation that everyone is impacted by. Yes,
I know. I mean, this is exactly where, AppSec and supply chain are just completely intersected in this point. But yeah, S isn't the only bomb out there. There are, data bombs now are being talked about. So D bombs, H bombs, really important. That's your hardware bill of materials, because if you're buying a laptop from a vendor, that vendor didn't create all of the hardware in there, right? They sourced a lot of the hardware, and then they, as Jennifer said, they assembled your component. So do you know the provenance? Do you know their bill of materials for the hardware that came in? Data bombs around where this data come from, as we're starting to use more and more. I need a whole bunch of data about this or that to train my AI, for example. Where'd that data come from? Is that reasonable? Is that reliable? We also hear some CBOMs, which is cybersecurity bill of material. Most of the time, that was sort of it's an analog to the SBOM, but I have heard some people talking about the CBOM as a combination of, wait for it, the HBOM, the SBOM, and the DBOM, because they're saying anything.
And a C comes out of that.
Anything security related or cybersecurity related in these devices is going to matter. So yeah, a lot of bombs going on. And we did bring into this track, as I said, we loved the submissions that were not just about what these are, but really how organizations are doing it both themselves. How do you report out your SBOM and keep it current? How do you get in the bombs from your partners, ensure that they're current? And most importantly, not just first tier, but we really loved that there's an awareness of that it's an end tier kind of process. So it may not be just you talking to your partner, it could be understanding your partner's partners. For example, the cloud provider you use is a partner, but the hardware they use as you start getting into that end tier. So
yeah, no, and that's that applicability, which I love. I mean, all of you, that's what RSA conference strives to be. We don't just want to talk, theorize the problems, the issues, the hacks, all of that, but what are you going to do about it? What actions are you going to take as an organization today, tomorrow, 6 months from now, a year from now? And it drives some of our presenters crazy when we ask for that apply slide at the end, but that's what our attendees want, right? I want to walk out of here with my tick list of things to do. So I love that that's what you were looking at as you're looking at the myriad of bombs. Sean, let's shift over into your world here. I know when we had our large group conversation with all of our program committee that's working on track sessions, we talked a lot about the evolution of multi and hybrid cloud environments and the implications then that had spill over to these fuzzy lines we've talked about into other groups, things, the infrastructure group, the strategy and architecture group and such. Where do you see the cloud world evolving in 2023 and what does our audience need to watch most closely?
Sure. So multi-cloud is definitely something that many organizations are looking at, and some of what I mentioned before, the container subsystems, things like Kubernetes, are really empowering them to be able to be more mobile with the code after our wonderful AppSec people have assisted us with it. To be more mobile with it so that you can literally move from CSP to CSP. And it actually, that was kind of one of the original ideas with cloud was, well, we're going to be very modular. We're going to be able to move from cloud service provider to cloud service provider. But what we discovered, and this isn't just in the cybersecurity skills, what we discovered was it's such a kind of that vendor lock-in because of the way that each cloud is managed is different. But now, as our workloads become a whole lot more mobile by using containers, we now can move them from provider to provider and effectively a DNS change. So I see a lot of multi-cloud going on and being ready and able to move if needed. From a hybrid perspective, I see hybrid clouds today as a bit of a transitional architecture. So before we're all kind of cloud first, but hybrid is something to get us from where we were to where we all see the target architecture as going, and that is primarily a cloud organization. Some organizations are running 98, 99, 100% of their workloads in the cloud. So a lot of people are seeing that and the ability to do that. And so hybrid is the way to get from here to there. From a standpoint of things to look at, and this is it's interesting coming from the cloud guy, but many years ago there was this idea of a cybersecurity mesh. Or aggregating all of our data. We all thought that it was going to affect Roderick's world first. And that is, it's going to, the single pane of glass operations, that's what we're going to do. Well, what we're seeing is with multiple SaaS cybersecurity capabilities, all being API enabled, what we're seeing is organizations building out dashboards that go and collect the data directly to give you a good idea of your overall risk, of your organizational risk, down to the work unit risk, as well as compliance. So the whole new idea of kind of compliance as code and doing compliance from an API gathering perspective. I think that's the thing to watch for this coming year is going to be bringing the aggregation of all of these cybersecurity tools together. And many of them are in the cloud. So that's why I'm definitely tracking on that.
Yeah. It's interesting the mention of the governance risk, and we have a risk governance and management track too, not represented here, but they were busy. The things that landed in their basket for co-review a couple of years ago, we wouldn't have seen, right? We wouldn't have been putting something there and cloud, but because of the what's happening, it's different bedfellows, if you will. And then even Sean, as you're talking about that, I'm thinking of the rise of the BISO, the role of that person that's representing and understanding the business drivers as that intersection point to help with those conversations that need to happen.
Absolutely. The rise of the BISO, many organizations are going down the path of their entire cybersecurity organization is fully aligned with the business. So many organizations that I've worked in and I've worked in consulted with, they have their architects, their engineers are in business strategy meetings to really understand where we're going from a business perspective, so that we can make sure that we're applying the right amount of cybersecurity talent to those challenges for the business.
Yeah. So I want to return really quickly, Roderick, to a very important point that you made, right? Which is the people part of things. We've had some good technology conversations process, but at the end of the day, people matter a lot. And there were a lot of very interesting conversations, particularly in AIR. And as you mentioned, particularly in and around the SOC. How do we help the folks in the SOC who truly are the front line to be in an okay place? Can you tell us a little bit about what you're seeing there?
Yep, absolutely. You know, it's one of the things about personnel that we've seen, and Sean was absolutely correct. We always talked about that single pane of glass for years and had never been able to be developed. Now everybody's using APIs. Those APIs from different vendors and sources require people to manage them. You know, and so a lot of the people aspect went all up to the CISO. The CISO brings on a lot of burden and risk that if there is a breach, they are the first person that gets the finger pointed at, either successfully defending or unsuccessfully getting breached. And that trickles down to the personnel as well. We look at budgeting, a lot of talk about Q4 and Q1 budgets for organizations and companies and different downsizing. The downsizing also impacts the cyber and IT world as well. So when we start to lose personnel, many people start wearing 3 and 4 and 5 hats, and that's almost impossible to do, especially with the level of sophistication. Again, threat actors work together. I always said they sometimes have a better system than we do, a better HR system than we do as organizations and companies. They make sure that there's plenty of them available. They're always able to review. Having a 24/7 SOC is very demanding. Our young and up-and-coming analysts and cybersecurity professionals, they're going to school, but they also need to have that work experience. If they're not provided that work experience, especially with a growing field as it is, it's going to be very difficult to retain that talent. And then also those working analysts that become very proficient in their craft, whether it's SOC, whether it's analytics, whether it's business intelligence or incident response, it's maintaining them, keeping them with an organization, a company. And then lastly, API. Lots of information coming in. I absolutely agree, but that causes alert fatigue. How do we, develop a system, a process to look at false positives and true positives and not overwhelm 1 or 2 or 3 people that may be in the SOC? So a lot of the talk tracks went towards that, for CISOs, taking on that burden. Your middle management analysts, keeping them a pipeline of growing, and then our young and junior up and coming, keeping them motivated and interested in not having that burnout, while also defending a Q4 and a Q1 that we just don't know what it's going to look like for most companies. So it's very important as track, but I'm glad that a lot of participants provided proposals for.
Yeah, good tangible action. Okay, so at the end of the day, there'll be more than 500 sessions at RSA conference. Interactive, traditional, small group settings, all of that. I'm going to give you all a really hard job right now. We're going to go alphabetically through it. So Diana, Jennifer, Roderick, Sean, in like 20 seconds or less, what are you most excited for at RSA conference?
Okay. Everything I said, but I also want to add in to look out for MITRE System of Trust. It's a standard of practice for supply chain management. It was introduced at RSA last year, 2022, and now we're getting into how organizations are actually implementing it. The other thing is understanding the different apps that we're using and who's making them. For example, is TikTok a fun way to get like cooking hacks or a potential surveillance tool for the Chinese government?
Aha, provocative. Jennifer.
Well, what I'm excited about from a content perspective in the DevSecOps track, I think, is scalability. I love learning about how to do all these little pieces that are required for a successful application security program at scale. We're going to see a lot of talks coming out of our track about how to do what we're doing at scale. Personally, it's the connection. It's seeing people, seeing all of you in person, the cybersecurity community coming together to solve problems and share information is my absolute favorite part, and I'm excited about that.
Awesome. Roderick?
Yes, I would say let's have fun for this RSA. We have a lot of fun themes, superheroes and movie themes and different takes on threat intelligence. Be on the lookout for a lot of AI discussions about automation. AI, automation, cloud security, and of course that big Ukraine-Russia war right there. What can we learn from that one? It's the fantastic track, but we're going to have fun and learn this year.
Super. Sean, bring us home.
Yeah, Jennifer, you keep on stealing everything that I want to say. It's the people. It's coming together. We do all this work throughout the year, and then we get to come together and we talk to each other, much in the same way that our great group of people here spoke today. But just in a circle, a circle of friends, and talking about, hey, I'm dealing with this. What are you guys doing? And it's a great environment. It's a great atmosphere. It has made completely the difference in my career, making great lifelong friends at conferences like RSA. And so for me, it's the people. All of our tracks are always great. I'm super excited about all of the stuff we're going to do, but it's the people for me.
Stronger together really does resonate. It resonates for us as businesses. It resonates for us in our development efforts. But at the end of the day, we are all people and we need each other, and we definitely benefit from each other and our energy and our problem sharing and really the goodness that is our community. So thank you all for being part of this community. And for those of you who are joining us in this session, we really hope we will see you in April in San Francisco so that we can continue this conversation and count you amongst our network that we can continue to grow and develop and be stronger together with. So thank you all for joining me today, and thank you listeners as well.
Hey everyone, we're back here live after our lunch break. It's Wednesday of RSA week. We had quite a crowd here down here. I don't know if you saw.
Yeah.
The guy from Eric Idle from Monty Python was signing books. So there was a line out the door here. It was pretty cool. But I guess the books have run out. Everybody's back in sessions. Excuse me. Let me introduce you to John Amaral. John is the founder, CEO of Slim.ai, and we're going to hear all about it. Hey, John, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's a pleasure. So, John, what brings you here today? How did you tell us about, we're going to talk about Slim, but tell us about John.
I've been in cybersecurity and software development for about 25 or 30 years. I'm not as young as I look. And knock on wood. And I come to RSA, I don't know, 20 years running, something like that. Whenever they've had it, I come because of the industry I'm in. It's always exciting to see all the new stuff that's going on. I use it as an opportunity to get a take on the market. I get a take on the technologies, the other competitors we have. My background has been in, as I said, building SaaS security companies and security companies for a long time. Prior to doing this job, I was the head of product for Cisco Cloud Security, which is a big business unit there. And we had a portfolio of security products, SaaS security products, et cetera. They were very popular products at Cisco. And there's been a series of these kinds of companies where I've built pretty exciting and really effective security solutions. For us now at Slim, we're focused on some new problem sets that we've encountered as we've built software and helped people defend themselves. We've really taken a new take on it with us, and it's fun. It's fun to build new companies.
Absolutely, it is. I haven't done this my whole life, right? I co-founded 3 or 4 venture companies myself, and there's nothing that gets you the juices flowing.
Right.
And beyond the companies I founded, I've helped some VCs back in the Keiretsu days of .com.
Right.
And I got a chance to meet a lot of founders, a lot of entrepreneurs. And every entrepreneur has a story. Right? No one sort of half-heartedly would subject themselves to founding a company unless they were like uber passionate.
Right.
And thought in some way what they were doing was making the world better, even if it's in a small way.
Right.
But they're making someone's life better in addition to their own. What was that for you?
Sure. So cybersecurity in general, to me, is a great mission. It's, protecting everyday people, organizations, enterprises, our country from cyber adversaries, to me, is really good work. And I've had the good fortune to have some really big platforms and some pretty good ideas for how to do that and turn it into products and technology and techniques that have proven to work. And I think, I've probably helped my share, and that's really a core passion of mine, protecting from cybercrime and all that. For us, for this company, Slim.ai, we really were driven by some passion that we found through a couple of different sources. One is we thought that app security in general was really hard to do. Having built a lot of SaaS companies and built a lot of big applications, we always struggled on the developer side of the equation to get our software to be secure sort of by design from the beginning. It was a lot of fixing things after the fact, really building moats and building firewalls around things, protecting things as they're running. We said, can we just take a from scratch approach to finding a way to automate security for applications while they're being built? That was really part of the drive for this company. The second part, my co-founder, I have a few co-founders, but my co-founder that runs the business with me every day, Kyle Quest, he's, and we've been working together 15 out of the last 20 years. He's been with me at several of these companies. He had an open source project. We call it Slim Toolkit. It used to be called Docker Slim. It was really successful in the open source space at solving some of the problems we thought were really core. He's been working on it for years as kind of a pet project.
Sure.
And we had a conversation several years ago about what he was doing with that. He explained to me how he thought it could solve some of the key problems we thought were really valuable to solve, and we turned it into a company. So coupling our passion for cybersecurity with this kind of new technology plus a vision of the future, we put it all together. And I left a really, really awesome job at Cisco which was to do it.
But no, if you feel it, you feel it, man.
That's right. That's right.
That's exactly what it is. You know, I was out in Amsterdam last week at KubeCon, Cloud Native Con, and I will tell you, this whole idea of kind of securing the plumbing, if I could call it that. Not necessarily the code. That we've been working on, the whole shift left, secure the code while it's in Git and GitOps and all that. But securing the plumbing so that we give an environment to developers. Right. It was a very, very hot topic there. Ops was back in focus. SecOps was in focus. Here's another thing, though, that I've seen, John, and this is the new compute. This cloud native stack is the new stack. It's the new compute. Correct. This is the way we're building stuff now. And either you got to get with it or you're going to get rolled over. Right. So it sounds like, you know, Docker Slim AI was the right way to go. Another quick story. So Cloud Native Now, our cloud site, I went to the second DockerCon. I came back. I said, we need a site around Docker. Right. And I went looking for Docker domains, and I said, we're going to get sued. So I called it Cloud Container Journal. Right. I'm glad I didn't use Docker. Right. But containers don't even begin to, express this whole cloud native thing. But let's come back to Slim. Yeah. If you go look into this camera, which is where our audience is watching you, how would you describe, I mean, you kind of talked about the problem and what you're solving, but how would you describe Slim AI to them?
You gave me a perfect intro. So you talked about this intersection of infrastructure and applications, right? Yep. And this shift left movement to get the capability to build things well and fast and secure closer to the developer, give them the ability to do these things. You're absolutely right. So in a cloud native sense, the new operating system is Kubernetes, right? The infrastructure and plumbing are a combination of AWS and containerized workloads. And the unit of software today is the container. That's what runs. You put a container on that system, you get that thing. So containers by default now, right, are the widely accepted unit of software, okay? Slim.ai acts on those units of software. It acts on containerized workloads as the container itself. And what we do is we apply some pretty cool technology that we've invented to evaluating, analyzing, and interacting with those containers while they're in your CI/CD pipeline, in the developers' areas, in the developer zone. So where it's being created and where it's being built, we intercept there. And our primary use case folks are using us for right now is to understand, evaluate, and automatically remediate vulnerabilities in containers. So we can look at a container, understand everything inside it, evaluate it, give the developers a lot of viewpoint on the security and compositional integrity of that container. After we are able to watch it run through your tests, we can then create a new container that is an optimized version for security and composition. And when we optimize it, we can usually remove like 60 to 80% of the vulnerabilities, remove 50 or 60% of the packages, and turn that into something hardened and ready to run securely as an optimized workload. We give a lot of other stuff around that. You could classify us as a software supply chain security company because we're really looking after your population of containers that are meant for production and minimizing their risk surface and the security risks around software supply chain. Developers love it. Our open source technology that bred this has been adopted by tens of thousands of developers. We got like 1 million downloads. So the legacy of being able to do this is pretty sound. But really, we're trying to help organizations tackle this problem of, am I sure that I have something really secure and minimum going into production when I ship a container?
I love it. You did great.
Awesome.
You're hired.
All right.
I think you could be a spokesman here.
Mostly, I've been hired for a while.
All right. Well,
in the startup world, you just try to not get fired, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right. So we're here at RSA. It's back. A lot of people. What's news from Slim AI here at the show?
Yeah. So what we're out doing is really kind of helping engage and interact with all the security practitioners on a few things. One is this problem of automation for vulnerability remediation. You get a vulnerability scanner, everybody's got one. It puts out a laundry list of vulnerabilities. It's a lot of work to triage those, and under the current climate of heightened scrutiny on vulnerabilities, people really have to do work to get those out of the software. What we're doing is helping folks see that there's an automated way to do that doesn't require a lot of engineer and security ops work. That's kind of the message we're telling, and we're getting folks, to kind of engage with us on that. It's been pretty good for that. The other thing, we have Slim AI, right? You see the AI part of our name, right? Part of the
no one's talking about AI here.
No one's. I haven't heard it. I haven't
heard it once.
I've heard it a million times, not once. This intersection. I think there's three main themes that we're seeing, and it's part of our message. It's the heightened awareness of apps and vulnerabilities, and just making apps secure. The second part is automation. You need to do things that give organizations leverage in this economy. Every organization is lacking resources, they're lacking time, there's more to do every day with less people, less energy to do it. They want things that automate away tasks that can be done, and you can keep your developers and your ops people, DevOps, DevSecOps people focused on core, the things that they need to have all their attention on. So that automation and security theme around apps is really interesting and good. Now, it intersects with AI, right? Because with generative AI and large language models, you can really get some leverage now in these automations to give insight and to really bring a holistically new perspective to automation. So these are the places I think are really interesting, and for us, we're bringing some of that into our work. We have a lot of proprietary algorithms and heuristics, but it's really an interesting time for security.
No, there's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. It's so fun. I feel like I'm back in Amsterdam because we spoke a ton about these things at Cloud Native Con, KubeCon as well. So you've had a chance now to walk around the show a little bit. You're spreading this gospel. What are you hearing back from people?
Yeah, the common things I'm hearing back from people are the security and developer teams are burdened with lots of things, right? I've heard statistics like 20 to 25% of development resources are focused on security remediation problems. That DevSecOps teams, it's hard to hire these people. It's hard to automate. It's hard to get automation done. And so I think what's really resonating is this idea about automation. We have to shift left is great, as long as you're not shifting extra difficult work to the left, because on the left, the primary role is build applications, drive the top line of the business, right? These are, every company is a software company, so if you want your business to grow, you got to have your developers freed up to do that. So let's not shift left and create new manual work. Let's shift left and automate jobs they have to do now that are difficult, that are manual, that are things they really don't want to be doing. Take that off their plates, make it something that just happens automatically. And with container security, that's what we're trying to do. So that message really resonates well. The automation themes that we're hearing resonate well. And the struggles that we hear from most teams about having to do too much work that's difficult and hard and really falls outside of the normal tasks of developers. These are all themes I'm getting,
Absolutely. I hear the same things, man. Slim.ai is obviously the website. For people who aren't at the show and watching us, John, how do they engage? What's the on-ramp?
So it's pretty simple. Portal.slim.dev is our SaaS portal application. You can sign up, GitHub, GitLab, Google, for free. You can test everything. We're in a state right now where we let people just do whatever trial they want. They have access to the whole platform, super simple, and then we engage with folks that want to go deeper and turn it into a commercial relationship. But we believe in letting folks try it before they buy it.
Take it for a test drive.
Take it for a test drive. We're super open to feedback, and we're always willing to engage with anyone who wants to talk to us about something they'd like to see or something they're interested in. We're an early stage company, still Series A company, so engaging with users and building the best product we can is really our primary mission. So yeah, go try it out. Call me up. Give me an email. I'm happy to do it.
You did a heck of a job, John.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it.
Hey, slim.ai. Go check it out. Like John here said, we're live. We're at RSA. We're going to be back in a minute with our next guest. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. DevOps.com. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Discover the cutting-edge insights of our new show, AI Times, a series that explores the limitless potential of artificial intelligence. Sponsored by the AI Infrastructure Alliance, the AI Times is at the forefront of the AI revolution, tackling the crucial questions of how we can leverage AI for the betterment of humanity. Stay ahead of the curve as this show delves into all things surrounding AI, including trends, pressing concerns, and the positive impact AI is making around the globe. AI Times. Your DevOps adventure starts here. At DevOps On-Ramp 23, you'll find everything you need to get started with DevOps. Best practices, processes, and tools. Tips and tricks from experienced practitioners sharing their real-world experiences. This virtual event will provide you with the roadmap to a successful DevOps career and the opportunity to get hands-on experience. The rush has started. Don't be left behind. Join us on May 4th, 2023.
Hiring great DevOps and cyber talent is a huge challenge for technical teams. Cloud transformation is driving demand higher. You've tried doing it yourself. Job boards, LinkedIn, didn't work. Recruiters are an option, but who do you trust and not waste your time and money? RecruitOps is the new way to source engineering talent. From MediaOps, the people behind DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, Container Journal, and more. We sit right in the middle of the hottest positions in Dev, Sec, and Ops.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to our continuing coverage at RSA. A little quieter now than it's been, right?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I guess people are in sessions. I want to introduce you, to Parag Thakur.
Yeah.
Did I get it right?
You got it right. That was perfect. Without my tag,
Once
you got it.
the lights are on, I'm in. Parag is with Netscope. Well, he's going to tell us all about who he's with. But before we even get to that, Parag, let's hear a little bit about your journey, man. You, not the company.
Sure, sounds good. Like, my name is Parag Thakur. I am the Senior Vice President at Netscope for Borderless WAN Group. Actually, my journey started in edge networking back at Cisco back in the days.
Okay.
In 2000s. And we used to
remember those days well.
Yeah, we used to sell these big projector-style boxes within branch offices. And we'll sell it to service providers, and service providers would take that box, deploy it in a branch, and connect it to this really expensive private link called MPLS. And I still remember 1.5 meg MPLS link would cost like $400 a month. And I would.
And that was a good deal.
Yeah, that was a great deal.
As a customer,
Yes.
I was a customer.
Yes.
We were an early ASP in the .com.
And
we were Cisco certified.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would think to myself at that time, in 2010, Cisco was acquiring all these telepresence companies, voice and video collaboration, cloud. And we would say, how is this 10 meg telepresence stream going to work on this small little pipe? So you need to pay $5,000 a month to kind of expand your bandwidth.
Right.
So that was my journey from Cisco. I left Cisco. I became a founding member of a company called Velo Cloud Networks, which was one of the market-leading SD-WAN company.
I remember.
And that was about bringing internet in the branch office. And then how do you deliver MPLS-like performance and security on those commodity broadband links?
Mm-hmm.
Did that.
Spoken Hub.
Yes, Spoken Hub. Yep. And then we did that. We got acquired by VMware in December 2017. And then April 2018 is when I got out and started a company called Infiart. Infiart, the whole theory was, I still remember a conversation with a customer, and customer said, I didn't understand a single word of what you said on SD-WAN. And I said, why? They said, why don't you come to my factory floor and
I'll show you.
And I'll show you why. And I fly out to South Korea, and sure enough, go to the factory floor, the customer points to a big machine or an equipment. And they said, that's my new branch office, the machine or the equipment. It doesn't have humans in it, and I need the equipment to connect out, and I need to kind of deliver the same level of performance and flexibility to these machines. So that was my journey, why I started Infiart, which was Infinite plus IoT. But we started seeing a pattern where people who are working from home, micro branch environments, IoT, so the perimeter was expanding. It was not just a branch office with like 1,000 people working in it. It was all humans are a branch of one. You have things, devices. So there were a lot more users, devices, things that need to be connected. And how do you deliver that high quality, secure connectivity beyond branch office to every user, every device, every IoT endpoint, or your multi-cloud environment? We got acquired by Netscope early part of last year, Infiart.
Oh, okay, so that's how you came into Netscope.
That's how I came into Netscope.
I got it.
And at Netscope now, we have a group called Borderless SD-WAN, and I'm the Senior Vice President for the Borderless SD-WAN group.
Love it. What's interesting is the consistency all the way through this, right?
Yeah.
With that kind of thing. Look, our audience is pretty savvy, cyber-wise and tech-wise. It's a tech audience. But for those who maybe don't know Netscope, let's talk. How would you describe not just what your division at Netscope is, but how would you describe Netscope to them?
So we offer data protection on the security side, and then now we have the whole portfolio to offer optimization. So that kind of delivering that secure, optimized connectivity that we spoke about, right? So if you look at the word SASE, which is our North Star vision to be like the world-leading SASE vendor, it's kind of split into two parts. There is SSE, which is Security Services Edge, and then there is SD-WAN. Now, Security Service Edge, if you look at even Gartner recently released the SSE Magic Quadrant, and Netscope was far up on the top right. So on the Security Services Edge, which includes Zero Trust Network Access, DLP, Secure Web Gateway, Proxy, CASB, SSPM, CSPM, we have a portfolio of cybersecurity products that are there. And then now in addition to that, we have the entire SD-WAN portfolio with my company getting acquired. So together it's one SASE framework. So last 1 year, we have been doing a lot of tight integrations between the SD-WAN side of things and SSE so that you can get that one converged platform for converged security and converged connectivity.
I love that. It really, So this was a very strategic acquisition.
Yes, it almost fits in like a Lego block, right? So we had one piece of the puzzle, and now with this coming in, it's the barrier to entry is really high, right? If you look at like this kind of a platform where you have all these security services coming from one vendor and all the connectivity services, whether it's a remote user or whether it's a branch office or whether it's your multi-cloud or whether it's an IoT, all coming into a single platform, that's a very high barrier to entry.
It absolutely is. Well, it's a sophisticated offering to boot.
Yeah.
Great. Before we jump into what's news here at the show, I wanted to, if you could just tell is it netscope.io or netscope.com?
Netscope.com.
Netscope.com. That's NETSKOPE.
Yes.
.com.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So we're here with RSA with 40,000 of our friends. What are you guys talking about at RSA? Any news, any announcements?
Absolutely. There are a bunch of announcements, but I'll talk about SASE Client, which is where we were here, talk about SASE Client. And it is industry's first 100% software SASE client that we launched. And I'll give you an example what it means in real world. In my past life, I sold 25,000 of these boxes, for example, for a contact center agent working from home. So people started having these multiple point products. They had like a VPN client, then certain people had a SSE client, and then on top of it, you have an SD-WAN box for these agents or for these remote employees who are working from home to give them that high performance connectivity. 1 year into the rollout, I asked, how is the rollout going? They said, terrible. I said, why? They're like, every time a contact center agent leaves the job, they don't return the box to me. So we said, how about I get you that same functionality into a 100% software form factor running on your laptop? I said, like, wow, can you do that? So that's what we have announced here. It's industry's first SASE client. And people ask us, why is it SASE client? It's very simple. The word SASE is SSE plus SD-WAN. And nobody has 100% SSE plus SD-WAN all running as an agent on the laptop. Nobody has that today.
No one.
And the benefit there is if you're on a Zoom call or if you're on an Office 365 call and you have certain network degradations on your network, we can fix it for you. We can optimize it for you. So now you can carry that secure and high performance connectivity no matter where you go. You walk into the office, you have SASE. You walk out of the office and you are at home, you still have that SASE experience. So giving that consistent experience is something that we have launched here and we have announced, but we are looking forward to it, yeah.
Absolutely. So if they're watching this live right now, they're probably not at the show. This is already announced. If they want to go get more information, just go to netscope.com. It'll be on there?
Yes, you will go to netscope.com. There are several pages that talk about SASE, where we go on. You can go to SSE platform, and there's a borderless SD-WAN platform where we talk about this a lot more. Yep.
Excellent. In talking, in socializing this with security folks here at Cyber, at RSA, what kind of feedback? What's been the reaction?
Feedback has been really high, really good, because what we have seen, this whole fundamental shift where security buyers think about security so far, and we are saying, hey, security buyers, you need to start thinking about optimization, about networks as well, right? Do you have, like from a security perspective, firstly, we run at Netscope, we have a New Edge platform, which is one of the world's largest security and private security infrastructure. And that gets you closer from your users to where the security is in the cloud, right? So we have this world-class platforms already in 70 plus regions. And on top of it, now you have that high performance connectivity, whether you are accessing Zoom, Office 365, doesn't matter. And if you have remote users, if Parag is a user, it doesn't matter whether I'm in a branch office or I'm working from home, I need that same secure optimized connectivity, which was completely missing in past. So people absolutely love it because even security buyers now they can start thinking about optimized connectivity, and these are real world problems. I want to know if I have issues with Zoom and can I fix that Zoom issue for you in addition to giving you security for these the traffic.
Got it. Excellent, man. Any other news you want to just while we have you here?
We also announced ZTNA Next, which is a solution. So if you look at ZTNA Next, The solution in past, if you look at the ZTNA solutions, it's only from your client to the servers, right? All the traffic that you can access. So today what people start doing with that is they will have another agent to do server initiated traffic. So in addition to this industry's first SASE client, we've also announced ZTNA Next as a part of our offering, which is really next gen ZTNA. So that means you can get all the ZTNA and you can completely eliminate your VPN in the process. We give you better visibility, better analytics. We give you your ZTNA access. We give you server initiated. If you have degradations with your voice and video, we help fix that as well. So please go look at ZTNA Next on our Netscope website as well.
Excellent, man. Parag, thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much, Alan.
Great.
Yeah, it was great meeting you.
I feel like we stuffed an hour. We're into about 15 minutes here.
That needs to be crisp.
Man.
Yeah,
that was
absolutely
crisp. Hey, we're going to take a break. We're live here at RSA. We'll be back in just a minute. Stand by.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. DevOps. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Discover the cutting-edge insights of our new show, AI Times, a series that explores the limitless potential of artificial intelligence. Sponsored by the AI Infrastructure Alliance, the AI Times is at the forefront of the AI revolution, tackling the crucial questions of how we can leverage AI for the betterment of humanity. Stay ahead of the curve as this show delves into all things surrounding AI, including trends, pressing concerns, and the positive impact AI is making around the globe. AI Times. Your DevOps adventure starts here. At DevOps On Ramp 23, you'll find everything you need to get started with DevOps. Best practices, processes, and tools. Tips and tricks from experienced practitioners sharing their real-world experiences. This virtual event will provide you with the roadmap to a successful DevOps career and the opportunity to get hands-on experience. The rush has started. Don't be left behind. Join us on May 4th, 2023.
Hiring Hiring great DevOps and cyber talent is a huge challenge for technical teams. Cloud transformation is driving demand higher. You've tried doing it yourself. Job boards, LinkedIn, didn't work. Recruiters are an option, but who do you trust and not waste your time and money? Recruit Ops is the new way to source engineering talent. From Media Ops, the people behind DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, Container Journal, and more. We sit right in the middle of the hottest positions in Dev, Sec, and Ops, and the brightest minds in the field. If you're looking for a great position or the talent to fill it, we can help you. Trust us, risk-free.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com.
Hey there, welcome everybody. We are at RSAC 2023 San Francisco. It's so good to be back in person again. A lot different this year from last year. This has kind of got the, I don't want to say old RSA vibe, but the true RSA vibe back. There's a lot of people, a lot of energy. We're talking about AppSec, application security, a lot of which I have a great guest to talk about that. Arabella Holloway, how are you doing? CMO with Mend.io.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Welcome.
And excited to be here for another RSA. And excited to talk about application security. So this time, sort of last year, Mend.io renamed itself. The company used to be called White Source, and in many ways sort of founded open source security a decade ago. And we renamed the company for a number of different reasons, but we've branched out beyond open source, and really we've been very much focused on using automation to solve some really tough application security problems, and we see even more tough ones coming down for our customers. And we've been very fortunate. We have about 25% and growing of the Fortune 100 as our customers, and yeah, things are changing all the time in the space, and I'm glad to see application security in many ways has got a very solid footing here at the conversation with RSA today.
I see a difference even from last year to this year.
Yeah.
It is a topic of conversation many people are having. I don't know if it's not XDR, which is, in the security world is kind of popular last year, same as this year. I think it is the new topic that's on everybody's tip of their tongue. At least that's how I sense.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is because in many ways the threat has jumped to the application layer, and this has been an ongoing march over the past 3 years, but we continue to see it accelerate. And I think both Forrester and the Verizon Business Report data both show just skyrocketing data. The number one source of organization's breach is now through the application layer. And I think a lot of the challenges, in fact, going back to XDR, if you look at traditional cybersecurity, and I've been in this space for over 2 decades now, and in many ways, I still see the cyber threat organizations, the security operations organizations, endpoint and network centric, and I don't think anyone's really figured out how to really bring in the AppSec world into process, technology, even people. And so I think there's going to be a real explosion in the threats, and then organizations playing catch up to figure out how do they stop it in a more effective way.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting too. So two things happening. The attack vectors are just wide open.
Yeah.
A lot of it kind of laying bare for so long that haven't been taken advantage of now are. And at the same time, I've struggled with how do we get this conversation going between kind of peanut butter and chocolate, right? How do you get the Reese's peanut butter cup between security and software dev? And one of the things that I think is really relatable to both is the idea of the chain of trust in the security world. You know that from PKI and a lot of things. Very much fits the software supply chain AppSec idea, right? What's the sources of the software we're using, what we're creating,
correct.
All the elements that go into creating apps and infrastructure and all of that. So maybe that's helping a little bit.
I think so. If you see one area that we've been increasingly helping our customers with is, and I guess I'm making up a term, but I'll call it supply chain malware. So we've seen an absolute explosion in, I'll just call it malicious packages, malware within code itself. And if you look at the vectors are fairly traditional for most cyber threat teams, SOC teams, chasing IOCs, so exfiltration. We see protestware. We see some different, I'll call it, developer tactics, similar to phishing, but more very much for the developer world. And so a lot of those types of techniques are the same, but they're done against developers, and in particular, developers using packages where they might not understand the origins of those packages. And so I think that's really the challenge, which is, how do you figure out within code that your developers are building, in fact, typically composing from lots of different sources, is that code poisoned or not? And I think that's a big challenge for the CISO, the cyber threat organizations, as well as obviously engineering leaders that don't want to be, shipping poison code.
One of the popular terms kind of gotten a lot of attention is SBOM, software
Yes.
bill of materials. And while I think that's a great thing, it's a great start, right? It's not the end product, right? Knowing what you have, it's kind of the traditional security people think about. Well, to secure anything, I have to know what I have, and it sort of solves that question, or at least answers it.
Yeah.
Provided it's automated and it's always up to date.
Yeah.
And that, but we have to move far beyond, I think, just the SBOM. And you talk about automation. You can't keep up with this with manual process. I don't.
Yeah, so I think there's a number of different issues there. So in terms of SBOMs, that's obviously been a big fixture from I'll just call a executive order, a spotlight. Obviously, there's been more pressure put on that area. It's very much a starting point. Sort of understand what you have is definitely a good start, but it's in many ways insufficient and is not, back to what we were saying about, is your code poisoned? Doesn't really denote the trustworthiness of the code that you're supplying to other people. So we still have a really, really long way to go, particularly if you just look at the number of days, in fact months, in fact years it takes just to fix critical vulnerabilities. And then if you just look at the explosion of the number of critical vulnerabilities, the developers are struggling in the same way that many of the analysts in the SOC world are struggling with just huge amounts of noise. And for developers, it's absolutely overwhelming. And the stories are true. In fact, I was speaking with a very large organization that said actually their developers are struggling so much with keeping up to date with all the vulnerabilities, they really cannot ship the applications that the business need. And that amount of noise and just basic fixing that developers have to do, we believe at Mend, and why we renamed ourselves to Mend, is you can solve that very effectively through automation. And there's probably sort of three pillars of that. One is, I'll call it dependency updating. And it's used in the development world quite frequently. Oh, I want to go from package X to Y for an upgrade. But it hasn't really caught on from a security perspective, even though it's incredibly effective. Over, I think it's 85% of all basically vulnerabilities already have a fix available. And so if you actually just update and are proactive, you dramatically reduce your attack surface. So we've incorporated that into sort of everything we do. We're very fortunate. We own Renovate, which is the leading open source dependency health sort of updating community. And so we see all that intelligence and are able to infuse that into our solution. But beyond our own capability, the practice of dependency health is very, very important for automation. But there's many things that you can automate, and then things you can't automate, there are some effective ways of being more efficient. And I think there's been a lot of talk around automation, but still there's a lack of trust. Developers don't necessarily trust application security tools to not, mess things up. And I think the trust is still a big part of why we haven't seen a lot of the adoption that we really need to improve application security.
I think that's a lot of the human element of this equation, which is in the developer world, the pressure on them is faster, producing more, right?
Absolutely.
Getting code out the door, out into production. And there's also a big cognitive load when you're a software developer, just keeping your mind in the problem space. So anything that interrupts, oh, that's right. When I push into Get, I've got to do these 2 extra steps. That adds 15 minutes, even 10 or whatever. That can be, now I've got to spend another 20, 30 minutes to get myself back when I can start working in that flow. So understanding that process and how to fit into it. So maybe you're transparent, or at least as transparent as you can be to the developer, right? Except when they need that information.
No, absolutely. So we've done a lot of work with our repo integrations, and that's where we see some very dramatic improvements. And we've got a lot of customer testimonials to that fact that if you integrate at the repo level, you can again, just from a fixing things perspective, we see organizations be able to fix things in hours, minutes, when before it took them months or even years. And that's really just integrating into workflows. It's not even about being developer friendly. It's actually just being very, very integrated into the workflows. And that's what we are very focused on doing, making sure that from a developer perspective, we're as least intrusive as possible. And that has both efficiency benefits, but also, to your point, doesn't distract from, a lot of the focus on what they want to do.
I think that's where a lot of security companies have struggled, is not understanding the developer lifecycle, the workflow of the developer. And it sounds pretty straightforward until you start to do it.
Yeah.
It's like watching Game of Thrones and then stopping in the middle of it and waiting 6 weeks to finish it. You forget what happened. You've got to go back and kind of, I'm a Game of Thrones fan.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to throw in the analogy. But
who isn't a Game of Thrones fan?
Exactly. What a great series. And the House of Dragons and everything else. But it is. We go back and watch a couple of episodes to get ourselves.
Yeah.
And it's very much that process. And if security companies understand that, then you can design products, like you said. You spend a lot of time on how do you make that as effective and the friction low for that process.
Yeah, so I think that in some ways it's a focus, which is, application security teams obviously want to make sure that the code is fixed before it hits production, or if they do find things in production, there's a really good feedback loop to figure out how does it get fixed. And I think that visibility and control has been a struggle. And then from the perspective of the developer, they want to make sure that the alerts they're getting are high fidelity, they're not full of false positives, and it's very clear not just that there's a problem, but what is the path to most effective resolution. And again, that's kind of where we focus. We've really tried to focus on making sure that all steps along the way, and today at the RSA conference we call it autopilot, but we try and figure out all across those workflows, how do we enable a developer to basically be able to press autopilot, and then when they realize they have to put their hands on the wheel, they know exactly where they need to get involved to fix things. And it's been very effective for our customers. And so you want to get out there and spread the word. The automation isn't scary, it's safe and it works. And like a self-driving car, it takes getting used to. And then you get more and more comfortable with actually technology works. Maybe self-driving isn't a great example because there's been some, some examples of some of that going wrong. But the concept is that, which is, and we believe very, very strongly, it's pretty much the only way to solve some of these problems. If you look at the hundreds of thousands of alerts that are created and the fact that it is becoming so much more complex between open source and custom code, and obviously now we're cloud native, you simply can't rely just purely on manual and very manually intensive workflows to solve it. It's just, it's impossible. And it's why, we are increasingly relying on automation, and, even we hear a lot in the world today about artificial intelligence, but it is indeed true that technology can be used very effectively, both as a supplement, but also, in our case, you can actually automate some key manual workflows, and we see it every day in our customers.
Mm-hmm. I'd love to have you say a little bit more about AI. I mean, everybody's talking about it because of generative AI. It's been around for a long time, of course. And I'm sure, machine learning is not something new to men, right? Been using some technologies. Where do you see AI playing today, maybe kind of looking forward to?
Sure. So, there's obviously a difference between automation and artificial intelligence. And, our general philosophy is we're very much focused on using automation, not necessarily AI to assist, but, actually thinking about how can we use automation to replace. So from my perspective, a lot of it really starts with the data that you have. And so again, from our perspective, we've been very fortunate that we have both, basically a gold mine of data from a crowdsourced intelligence perspective from Renovate. So that's, we're able to see, we talked a little bit before about, I'll call it malware supply chain or malware and supply chain. We can actually see like good packages that go wrong or, gold standard good packages or bad packages from a trustworthiness perspective and upgrades. And now we're increasingly looking at it from a malicious, I call it malicious code perspective. But having good data is the starting point. You have to have good data. And then I think the algorithms you build upon it, you decide what's most effective for the use case. So from our perspective, we use lots of different algorithms. Some are deterministic, some are using sort of different methods. I think that there's obviously a lot of buzz around artificial intelligence, but in the same way that it can be used effectively for certain parts of the process. We're again very much focused on making sure we've got great data, and then we use the right algorithms so that we can make sure that we give very effective workflows to our customers. Again, trust is paramount, and so even when we look at things like reachability, we're able to say very, very precisely whether a certain vulnerability will actually be able to reach an application. We use some patented technology to do that. It doesn't necessarily include artificial intelligence, but it's incredibly effective. So, I don't really have too much more to say about the use of AI within Mend, apart from we obviously use lots of different algorithms to sort of fit our purposes, and AI is just one of them.
I think a lot of product companies are, yes, we use AI, yes, we're still learning.
Yeah.
We're all learning together, right? Especially in the generative category.
Sure.
I'm curious your perspective. Maybe this is kind of an odd, funny question, but easy for you to answer. When you come to a big show like RSA, Mend's invested a lot, of course, in having a successful experience here. What are the things for you as a CMO? What's a successful RSA show look like to you? I'm just curious.
Yeah. So I really like to hear what customers are saying, what's top of mind, hearing all the conversations. Oftentimes it don't always happen on the show floor, but with customers at dinner, with partners, and with other people just talking about their different learnings. So from a business perspective, we obviously want to make sure that some of our key messages resonate with our customers and with our partners. So that's obviously part of the success. And then again, just making sure that we are connecting with customers and people who have got problems that we think we can help solve. And so to me, there's nothing better than, speaking with potential prospects on the show floor, talking about what we do, and, being able to sort of connect the dots there. So there is something, still authentic about the show floor, and really being able to connect and tell your story and see if it resonates or not. And so for me personally, I'm interested in the concept of automation. Does it resonate? And overwhelmingly, we're hearing today and yesterday that autopilot and automation is actually what people want. So, and I'm not just saying that, we actually have had a lot of people come up. So I don't know if I really answered your question. You're being
genuine about that.
Yeah, so I do actually measure it based on sort of authentic conversations that have value, where there's that connection between what a prospect wants and what we can deliver. That's your customer marketing solution fit right there in in essence.
Fantastic. It's been amazing to talk with you. Really enjoyed our conversation.
Thank you.
And I think we're lucky to have a show like RSA, where so many customers and technology creators, suppliers get together, have that opportunity to have a lot of those interactions and conversations.
It's fun. It can be hard work, but I also think that there's a huge amount of information and expertise, and there's also a lot of sharing. I think anyone who's involved in the research community knows that there's always been a tremendous amount of research sharing in the information security world, and I see it all the time just speaking with different people in the industry. And yeah, I learn a ton at the show, and I'm glad it's back and it's in full force this year.
Yeah, me too. I feel the same way. Well, we've been talking with Arabelle Holloway, who is CMO with Mend.io. Check out the booth. Go see the interactions, have the automation discussion, or whatever is top of mind for you as a customer or someone interested in this space. So, Arabelle, it's been amazing.
Thank you.
I really enjoy talking.
Thank you.
We will be back with more companies. Be sure and check out Mend.io. Check out AppSec Today, which Mend.io is the sponsor of on Techstrong.tv as well. We just recorded an episode earlier today. Had a lot of fun talking about this too. So we'll be back with another great guest, just like Arabelle. We'll see you in a minute.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. DevOps.com. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
is Techstrong TV.
We're here together with a really special guest, special friend, Mike Rothmans and mine, Jen Leggio. Jennifer, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm really happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Always fun talking with you. And you've been on some events with Techstrong a number of times. Really appreciate the all the fun things that you do with us. But that goes way back, our history, and we'll kind of get into some of that. We've all known each other since I think some of our first security startups.
Yeah.
And
the dawn of time,
bloggers.
I would say.
Bloggers networks, and there are many drinks and cigars and RSACs, behind us and some ahead of us too. So, well, introduce yourself for folks that might not know you.
Oh, sure. So I'm Jennifer Leggio, Jen, to those who know me well. I am the Chief Marketing Officer at Netography, which is a security startup. I am a security startup girl at heart. I've been in the industry for about 23 years. Doing a lot of stuff, like I said, worked at SourceFire and worked with them through their acquisition by Cisco, worked at Fortinet, helped build them to their IPO, worked at Flashpoint, Clarity, had some really fun runs. And then just, how I know these fine folks much better is working in the security community around a security bloggers meetup, security bloggers network in its early days, and those types of things. And I think that there's one thing to know about me beside my little fuzzy resume that I just planned out there. It's that I'm pretty loud about marketing and security and encouraging those that use FUD to quit and maybe go work at Quiznos. Is Quiznos still a thing? to stop creating more risk in our environment. So I'll probably touch on that a little bit more as we chat.
It is a theme for sure, Jen. Yeah. Well, dare say, Mike, there wouldn't be, without Alan and without Jen, there wouldn't be a Security Bloggers Network. Certainly wouldn't be the meetups and the success.
It certainly wouldn't be what it, became. But I think Rich Mole and I had a little bit to do with it, but
I'm giving all the credit to Jen. You get yours later.
But, certainly we were a quartet, so to speak, of folks, really driving a lot of the community activity early on. And kind of why we got together today is really to preview certainly my favorite week of the year. And it's funny, kind of years gone past. I think I've been to 24 out of the last 26 RSAs or something like that. So Jen, when you say, I've been doing this for 23 years, I start doing the math and go, damn, I'm old, right? Because, I've been I know, but I've been in like 10 years before you, so it's like, I start doing the math and it hurts my head a little bit. But, it kind of perplexes me that, folks are like, oh, thankfully I'm able to get out of RSA this year and all that. And it's just like, why would I not want to go to my high school reunion, right? Why would I not want to go see all my friends that I don't get to see, as often as I would like? We're coming off of 3 years where we couldn't really see much of anybody. And now you have an opportunity to go and touch base with, getting a lot of folks that I've known for a long time, that I care about, that have become really good friends. So I'm really excited for, the RSA conference in a couple of weeks. And really what we want to talk about a little bit here before we kind of dive into, some other topics, is really what do we expect, right? I mean, kind of it's a little bit different. Last year was kind of, mini RSA, right? Because they had to move it from April to June. Folks are still getting back into the world. That seems to have passed. Are we expecting a huge crowd? Is it going to be kind of like the halcyon days where, Caesar is eating grapes and everybody's, celebrating, how great things are in the security business? So what do you expect out of the next couple of weeks?
Well, from a marketing point of view, this is it's almost like getting ready for the Super Bowl, right? So even though, Photography, we're Series A startup, we have a good presence for our size. It's a lot of work going into it. It's interesting, the buzz that I'm hearing. I did hear that they were expecting 43,000 people, which is double last year. I did walk away with COVID last year from RSA. I think I was one of the, that's right. Mitch as well. I'm not sure who was first.
Celebrated COVID together.
Yeah, exactly. But I have mixed feelings about it. It's to your point, Mike, it's exciting to go back. There's a lot of people that I only get to see at RSA and Black Hat, and I'm excited to see those folks. There's the work side of it that is feeling all this pressure about pipeline leads, all the things that I need to get out of it. But there is a part of me that's like, I'm too old for this. I'm not going to any parties. I'm going to bed at 8. I'm going to watch TV. So it's kind of weird how it's changed for me, at least. I don't know how you guys feel about it versus I think of my old days of staying up till 3 a.m. at the W. That is definitely not in my future this year.
Yeah, not mine either. I mean, I'll hit a couple of parties pretty early, catch up with some friends over a cocktail or 8, but, kind of none of the raging that I did, kind of waking up in the morning, where's my wallet, right? Kind of my phone's still here. None of that stuff anymore. My liver hurts too much and I got too much to do the next day.
Even the food at those parties, I think I'm more apt to order room service about 8 o'clock, in my room. Just eat something more than go to bed that's reasonably food, as opposed to apps and stuff.
So what are the buzz? What's going to be the buzz? You kind of mentioned a little bit that, kind of there's going to be a good crowd, hopefully this year. Is there any kind of terms or concepts that you think are really going to resonate, and kind of take over, like Zero Trust did, or kind of whatever the buzzword was, EDR, a couple of years ago. And what do you think is going to really resonate this year?
I hate to say it, but I feel like it's the elephant in the room. Like, everyone's going to be talking about AI and ChatGPT and what that means for security and what that means for business and how do we secure it and what do we do? And I have lots of opinions around that, but I think, normally you'd go into an RSA being like, you're saying like, oh, is it going to be Zero Trust? Is it going to be like, SIM? Now I'm going way back, something like that. Right. But now it's something that's really like on the peripheral of security. It has a big impact on us, but it's not a security technology. But I feel like that's front and center. It's going to be interesting what I'm curious about is what kind of questions we get about it at our booth, because it kind of has nothing to do with what we do. But it kind of has everything to do with what we do at the same time. So I'm not trying to be super philosophical, but it's one of those things that I think we don't know what we don't know yet.
Yeah, it was interesting. I did a panel at our Techstrong Con. Although I had Carolyn Wong and Andy Ellis and Adam Shostak were on it, and it was interesting because there were two aspects to it. Now, one, I think we've been using AI, or at least the machine learning aspect of AI, in security circles for close to 10 years at this point, right? To refine our detection and really kind of improve our efficiency and our effectiveness in terms of finding things. So the generative piece is obviously what's new at this point, and possibly using it. And again, you have a long background in threat intelligence, right? So how can I use something like generative AI to supplement the information that my analysts are getting kind of within their flow of response using generative AI? There are a lot of aspects to that, but one of the things that the panel brought up was what happens when the adversaries start using AI against you. Right. So it's both sides. Like, how do we use it as a tool, but how does it start to be wielded, just like we saw the cloud leveraged against us when the adversary started, again, attacking small companies and taking over their devices and launching denial of service attacks on that front. So I think it is really largely unknown in terms of what it is. It's very exciting. Everybody's going to be, kind of buzzy about it. And there's going to be, somebody sitting there with little cards of stuff that ChatGPT pulled out, generated. Like, hey, here, this is your ChatGPT, word of the day, or this sentence, or what have you, for novelty value. But I do think that's going to be one of the clearly overarching themes that we'll see, is really just trying to gauge the impact of this. Mitch, what are you thinking?
Well, I was thinking, how many, I haven't been guilty of this myself. You have too, Mike. How many presentations generated with ChatGPT are we going to see? This brought to you by, et cetera.
Yeah, I know. I did one yesterday, actually.
Exactly. What I'm wondering is,
I did like a lunch and learn about AI for our company, and I actually used ChatGPT to build the presentation.
He's throwing around the buzzwords. This is great. Large language models. Blah, 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 blah. Expert there. I'm curious. So once you get past the, okay, all right, we're talking about AI, we've kind of run out of what we know about it, depending on our knowledge level. Sort of, what's the next security topic? What's the innovation where we think there's going to be a lot in this space? Obviously, with your company, with Marty and team, we expect hope and are looking forward to great things from you, of course. What are your thoughts, Jen, on where is the center of the universe, the gravity for innovation right now in security?
It's hard to, I'm a CMO, so it's really hard for me to not, talk from the Kool-Aid drinking side of this, right? Try not to go into a photography pitch, but I think I was just having a conversation with a friend about this the other day, who's running a co-founder of a stealth startup. And I think we're at this interesting inflection point where I don't know that it's necessarily the new technology that needs to be the focus of the conversation. It's like, okay, guys, where are we going to start being real with ourselves that the technologies that we have, EDR, other things, not to pick on EDR, it's just the first one that came to my mind, that have a purpose, even like IPS and, firewall, et cetera, they still have their purpose, critical for compliance in some cases, but there's huge gaps out there, and we still out there, like just kind of like doing the thing that we've always done. And I feel like we're at yet another inflection point in the industry where we have to kind of change the ideology of how we approach security. So it's hard for me to throw out, I could sit here and be like, well, we have something, but I'm not going to do that. And also it's not a silver bullet. There is no silver bullet, but I think that we really have to start being honest with each other around, what's working and what doesn't do what it used to do, but it still has a place. And I've never seen that before. It used to be like something came in to replace the other. Mm-hmm. And now we're kind of like, we still need that, but especially because of zero trust, right? Which you do need. It can't do this stuff anymore. So I don't know. That's my view of the world without getting into the tech itself, because it's hard for me to do that without pitching what we do. So I'll stop there.
I mean, to be fair, Jen, I think that visibility remains a thing. Right. So, yeah. And again, I appreciate you not wanting to, launch into, why I joined Marty and the team and why we got the band back together, or at least part of the band, anyway, from the SourceFire days. But, you've seen it as we moved into different areas, whether it's, again, better visibility of the endpoint, NGFW happened, better visibility on the, kind of network side, cloud happened. We need CSPM to get better visibility into those. We've got containers and cloud native and all these things, the first wave of that is always visibility, right? So then you kind of go through this cycle where you get a first generation technology and then you get a whole bunch of other, stuff that happens. And then folks come back around to the fact that, hey, that stuff that we were doing 5-6 years ago was innovative at the time, but the world's changed. Right. I mean, you've got all sorts of stuff that are wrapped up within different, containerized environments, cloud platforms, all these other things, that it's not as simple as putting, a sensor on your network and I know what's going on. Yeah, not so much. Right. We got SASE stuff all over the place. We got all this other stuff. So again, and let's use it as a metaphor to talk a little bit about photography. Right. We're taking up your time. So why? I mean, I know you guys have an innovative, approach to, visibility on the network. So why don't you describe that for maybe, again, a minute or two, just so we get a sense of where you're coming from and where, again, you think the innovation is, because obviously you're betting with your paycheck that there's innovation there.
Yeah. So the thing I'll say, touching on the visibility piece of it and talking about like old things, older things that, they may not have relevance, but there's also older things that have been forgotten. There's been all this focus on like SASE and cloud native and XDR and all of this. People have kind of forgotten that the network's still there, right? Still there, still got issues. Yep. And it's changed, right? So you've got your network is not, and this is something that Marty talks a lot about, is like your network is not just your network. Your network now includes cloud. And you have network security challenges that exist in the cloud. But you can't solve those with appliances. And you can't solve them with virtual firewalls and things like that. And then you've got this whole issue of zero trust, which is important and it's needed. But you've got so much is encrypted. DPI doesn't really see a whole bunch of stuff anymore. You can't inspect your packets the way that you used to figure out what's going on. So how do you do that? Right? What do you do? So you've got to find, I'm going to pitch you for a second, cloud native solution that can deal with network security issues, both on-prem and in the cloud. And that's essentially what we do. Marty talks about it as the atomization of networks, security for the atomized network. Mm-hmm. But really it's like we take a flow-based approach to see what you can't see through the old traditional models and see in those gaps where you can't reach them with these other technologies. So that's what I'm betting my paycheck on. And you run into it's interesting issues. You've got like your flow fanatics, like your old school network security folks, network folks get it. Yeah, exactly. They get it.
Flow.
But they might still be skeptical of like, can flow really do that? So that's a point that we need to prove. I actually had a campaign that went out today that's like, these are all the things that we can detect with flow, folks. Like these types of attacks.
Yep.
You know, and then you've got folks that are like hardcore cloud. They're like, wait, no, network security has nothing to do with cloud. And I'm like,
wait a minute.
It's part of your network, right?
It may be virtual, but it's still a network.
It's still a network, right? And why are you trying to use an NDR? Oh, sorry, Mitch.
No, it's just a software stack instead of a box. It's a
right.
Box,
and why are you trying to use an NDR to secure your cloud?
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to work, right? So it's those types of things that we're looking at. And then again, you know, I can't say too much, but my dear friends over at Command Zero, WRN and Dean DeBeer and Al Huger, they're working on some really interesting stuff. They're still in stealth, so I can't say too much, but Dell's got a panel talking about a lot of these things applying to like the pains and investigations and incident response. What do you do when you can't see what's going on? Right. So I feel like that's becoming visibility, like you said, Mike, is becoming a theme no matter what type of technology you're pushing. Like you've got to get to that. We've got to get back to those basics.
The thing that I keep being reminded of is that visibility has always been the thing. Right. You know, it's very rare that you get to the point where the control over, you know, takes the visibility, and that's only for a short amount of time. Right. And then you tend to have, you know, a certain set of control points, and then you move on to the next thing, and it's always visibility. It's always visibility. So I'll throw one in there because I do think we're going to hear a lot about resilience. I wrote about this and I did a post on Security Boulevard. It should have hit yesterday. Yeah, you know, I think we're going to hear a lot about that because, you know, folks are really trying to link up security with business and this idea of continuity and resilience and, you know, kind of in the face of both performance issues and complexity and attacks. It all kind of can be jumbled together and conflated in a marketing hodgepodge of stuff. So I do think we're going to, and it may not be the big theme, you know, kind of this year. I think we'll see a lot more of it when we get to Black Hat through the summer, but that does feel like it's going to be a theme that we start to see. So you know, we're going to see a bunch of stuff. We're going to see a bunch of our old friends. We're going to be reminded about the fact that hopefully this is a community. We're going to be doing the Security Bloggers meetup, which is exciting on Wednesday night. So if you are a security blogger, we hope to see you there. We're going to be doing the Disaster Recovery Breakfast on Thursday morning, 8 to 10 at the Pink Elephant. So that is certainly my favorite event of the week. So come RSA, but we don't want to just get all bent out of shape about security, right? Because we're actually people. And, you know, as you get a little bit more mature, let's say, we find we have different interests, right? You know, kind of, so Jen, we didn't want to, you know, we do want to let you touch. I know you're starting to branch out just beyond cyber stuff. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what you've been up to, you know, kind of on the personal front?
Well, great way to start with an there. So I appreciate you asking. And I do. One thing I just want to throw out there more around the not to go back to the AI and the ChatGPT. I really think there's a huge privacy and security, trust and safety play there that is being hugely overlooked. Yeah. That's gonna catch up. So I think people should keep their ear out about that at RSA. But back to the human side of things, so that is very human. For me, it's been an interesting journey. You know, the last 6 or 7 months, I have some trepidation going into RSA that I never had before. Normally this time of year, I would be like, all right, I'm going to all these parties. I'm going to do this. I'm going to get my pregame on. I'm ready to network. Like I have social anxiety. I got a little bit of agoraphobia. Like, so a lot of that, like, social lubrication to, you know, drinking to like mingle with others and network. Well, about 7.5 months ago, I decided to get sober and to the point of going into recovery, quite frankly. Then I've been very open about that. Yep. Because I realized that it was either zero or blackout. Mm-hmm. And it didn't matter if it was like a work event or a personal event or on my couch. As a matter of fact, I recently I did a comedy thing where it was called On the Couch Where I Bottomed Out because it was like where I realized that like I needed to stop. And then it's also where I started to enter into recovery programs. So for me, going into RSA this year, I'm kind of like, all right, what tools do I have in my toolbox? What people do I have there? The good news is for me, knock wood, one day at a time, that I haven't wanted to drink since I stopped because my life is so much more full than it was before. But I feel like, when we were thinking about doing a vendor party, we decided not to put the money into it at our side. But, Stacey Thayer, who's on my team, and I, we were going to do a mocktail room because I feel like it's just like there's so much people like, you must go drink in order to fit in. You must go drink in order to network. At least that's how I felt growing up in my career. Now, that had nothing to do with my issues. I can't blame the security community for my problems. But so it's weird. It's so weird to talk about so publicly, but I also want to take the shame out of it because I know 100%. If anytime I talk about it, there's got to be one person that's like, maybe that could help me.
Well, congratulations on your
really. I mean, that's just fantastic. That really is. Congratulations. We're very proud of you because again, it takes a lot of courage to admit, one, you have an issue, and two, to actually take action to address it. So that really is fantastic. And what's interesting is that, and what you can't provide anybody that isn't, that hasn't been doing this for a while is perspective. Right. So my kids are in college now, and I see them doing a lot of the same stuff that I did, for better or for worse. Sometimes for worse, sometimes for better, all that kind of stuff. But what I don't have and what I can't give them is the perspective of, 35 years past that, where you say, yeah, that stuff just isn't that important, right? You kind of talk about it as it's a badge of honor that, you ended up in this situation or that situation. Again, you get to a point in your life where you're like, hey, it's about more than that. And I really appreciate, kind of the social lubrication aspect of that, because, again, I think a lot of people, especially as they're on the younger side of things, again, they do suffer from this. We're coming out of a situation where we didn't have to interact with anybody besides on a little box, right? For 2.5 years, and you're starting to get back and mixing with people, and it's anxiety ridden, right? It just causes a lot of angst, and the easiest thing to do is just to get numb and to lube it up a little bit. But again, I mean, I think that having your voice, having a lot of other folks that talk, having alternatives. I think the mocktail party is fantastic, right? Give people an opportunity to not have to do that and be like, hey, I don't have to be, kind of shit-faced in order to actually enjoy, the company of the people around me, right? And that's when you start to realize, and that's when it's more like, hey, these are my friends, as opposed to these are folks that I kind of know in a fog of nonsense.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And it's interesting where I love photography, and I'm really tied to the mission of it. And, I'm going to see this through, and as long as it takes. Marty would kill me if I didn't anyway, but I know I love it and I believe it. And it's not just Marty, it's also Barrett Lyon and Dan Murphy, our other founders, who are fantastic. But I found a purpose through all of this. And it's like, I know that on the other side of this, I don't want to do cyber anymore. I want to go into recovery advocacy. I want to become a counselor. I want to speak and write. I want to use my voice. I want to use my brand in helping. And I think that's one thing that I think is really, like, if we kind of broaden this out and take it away from recovery and take it away from RSA, one thing that, there's a lot of conversation right now, as there should be, around inclusion and security and cyber careers and things like that. And I think you've both heard my rant about how I hate being told that I'm not in cybersecurity because I'm a marketer, because I'm not technical. I beg to differ, but that's a different conversation. But
I absolutely haven't had a conversation with you yet. So
I feel very strongly about that one. But it's like it brought into like, you can make your career what you want it to be. You can be in this industry, and you can, like, if you think you don't, I've said this recently, if you think you don't have a voice, you have one. And if you don't believe you have one, surround yourself with mentors, two of whom might be on this call, that help you break out of a mold. My best advice actually I ever got was from Mike during a time that he will know, I won't say, where he said, sometimes you do things to learn what not to do. And anyway, I'm kind of going in circles a little bit here, but my whole point in bringing that up is that I think that there's a way that you can work really hard in cybersecurity. And I think everybody that's in this industry has a requirement to be passionate about solving the problem of protecting people. But that doesn't have to be the only thing that you have purpose for. And as you build your voice, use it to help other people in other ways too, because we are humans. And I think that's what I've become very passionate about.
Go ahead, Mitch. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think we're much more open about, you can't separate work from human. We are people, and we bring work to home. We bring home to work, our personal selves to work. And I've come to just sort of the wisdom.
Everybody,
thing for
welcome
me
back. We are
finally
here at
dawned on me was,
RSAC, California, San Francisco, 2023, all of the above. It's RSAC. We're back in person. It's live and it's hopping. Kind of back to pre-COVID. I don't know, almost. It seems like
pretty normal to me.
We're getting there. It seemed pretty normal. We've been talking with great people, great conversations, lots of interesting things. And I have the pleasure of being joined by Matt Rose. Matt is Field CISO with Reversing Labs.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Welcome. Good to have you here. Would you introduce yourself? And for folks that might not know about Reversing Labs, tell a little bit about what you do.
Sure, absolutely. My name, again, Matt Rose, pretty simplistic right there. But I am basically responsible for helping organizations define and implement software supply chain programs that focus on really unique things like malware, questionable behaviors, secrets identification, and prioritization. And my background has been in AppSec. I've been doing it, unfortunately, fortunately, 20 years. So a lot of stories, a lot of different things I've seen over the years. I've seen a definite evolution or kind of change in the way software is developed. And everybody knows we've gone from waterfall to more agile development, have new types of implementation for software supply chain and development practices. And really, this has all kind of culminated in this new lens of risk called software supply chain.
Isn't it amazing you can spend a career working in a domain and suddenly it's a product category or an industry?
Oh, absolutely.
And you're like, I've been doing that the whole time. We didn't call it that, but that's
absolutely,
what it is.
Absolutely.
It's fun. Well, so I'm curious to get your take then on AppSec, software supply chain security. I mean, it's come into vogue, not vogue. It's become topical because it's important, right? Why suddenly are we talking about it at RSA? I wish we would have talked about it 5 years ago, but why this year?
I think that there has been some major breaches that has happened that has really opened people's eyes. I mean, hacks, breaches, whatever you want to call them, that happen have a very short shelf life in terms of attention. But when it's a major breach, it does get a reputation. It does get a kind of historic lore associated to it. And I think the SolarWinds attack really started that process. One of the things that, I always like to say that technology is like science imitating life. And what it's doing is the way software is constantly being developed in a very modern DevOps program is very fluid. And it's also very complex. And one of the things that I think the nefarious people or nation state attackers are seeing that, hey, I can try and attack you and me and everybody else at RSA individually to get your PII data or to potentially steal some credentials from you. And that's arduous. It takes a long time to go one by one. What if you go to the source of the software itself and compromise the software and let normal distribution channels handle the spread of said infected software? So it's actually much more kind of effective in terms of just compromising the software than trying to compromise an individual.
In a way, the attackers have shifted farther left than we have, right? But way back up into the supply for open source and other parts of the supply chain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting way to look at it. Yeah. What kind of conversations are you having with customers?
Well, I think the first thing we have to do is, as an industry, and we're starting to make a lot of progress in this, is what is the definition of software supply chain security, software supply chain security, the whole thing. And I think that's still being defined. Again, if you walk the floor at RSA or listen to the talks, there's two terms that are both related to software supply chain security that are popping up all over the place, which is the phrase software supply chain security and SPOM. So what is software supply chain security to you? People say, hey, we do that too. And it's much bigger than kind of the way people are trying to define it. They're trying to define it by just looking at the parts, not the whole. So the open source code, the homegrown code, the third-party code, secrets, but it's really got to think about malware. Malware is one of the major issues, is the major issue with software supply chain. The question is, how did it get in there? How did it actually get into the supply chain and compromise a deliverable piece of software? And there's many different ways. We think about the recent breaches that have happened with software supply chain. You have all sorts of ways to insert the malware. You have the SolarWinds attack, which was an MS build compromise. You have 3CX, which was a compromise of a signed package. You had Code Cove, which was basically a compromise of an end user's laptop to gain access to the system. There's so many different ways to actually do this that people just looking at the open source code or the code repo or the binary repo is only looking at a small part of the greater complexity of that compiled and deployable package.
It's a pretty broad attack surface. That's only a one set of attack vectors.
Yeah, I mean, if you secure the pipeline, that's great. Everyone should secure the pipeline. You secure the open source packages and make sure that there's no CVEs or no issues or malware in the open source packages, the code itself. But that takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of steps, kind of like the hackers attempting to compromise the software and let the distribution channels take care of it. Looking at all the pieces the more complexity it has in terms of building the software, the more opportunity is for just a mistake and not securing something correctly, or a compromised secret that gives you access to a build manifest or something like that. So it's much more effective to think of software supply chain security as vetting the final deliverable, which is the compiled package. I like to give an analogy when I give a lot of speak engagements of an hourglass turned sideways. You have a lot of pre-compilation activities in terms of development, DevOps, CI/CD, and then post-compilation deployment where you're pushing to your cloud or your containers or your data center. The thing that you're creating is that compiled artifact, that EXE, that DLL, that WAR file, whatever that is for the application. That is the thing that is potentially compromised and needs to be investigated in a very, very robust way, or you may miss things.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. How do you see, I mean, like your sideways hourglass analogy, makes a lot of sense. Sometimes when you take on a new process or a new way of doing things, or you're adding to what you're doing, you're introducing change.
Yep.
You can also open yourself up to new attacks before you kind of got your hands around the proper way to do things. Simplistic example would be, I went up to S3, set one up, and didn't realize I didn't do it correctly, and I can get compromised.
Yep.
Are there a set of things while you're thinking about software supply chain security to help kind of build the curve and not have any setbacks along the way? Any recommendations?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, with any, application security program or tool, having a policy that fits your threat kind of appetite is one of the most important things. It's like, hey, let's do software supply chain security. What does that mean? Well, you always have to start with a plan, and that plan is a policy or a set of standards that you're holding yourself accountable to. That if any of these policies or any of these activities happen or identified, you fail to build, you don't release it. And I think that is one of the biggest things that people need to do. It doesn't matter if they're using a SAS scanner or a DAS scanner. All that tooling looks for risk, and they're very good at finding specific types of risk, whether that's in a running application, source code, APIs, so on and so forth. But if you don't actually tune or come up with a plan for what you're concerned about, you're going to be in overloaded vulnerabilities. You're going to get more things, more lists that basically overwhelm development staff, architects for remediation. And let's work smarter, not harder, and really start with a plan that is potentially in line with the things you're trying to protect yourself against.
Cool. I'd love to hear how let's say you sit down with a fellow CISO in a conversation at RSA, and you're talking about what Reversing Labs does. Tell us about, because there you're not speaking marketing speak, you're not speaking from a brochure, you're talking kind of practitioner to practitioner. How do you describe Reversing Labs?
One of the things I like to start the conversation with, and I've again been in application security a long time, and everyone wants to poo-poo other capabilities. Like, oh, it's, this is a replacement or better than SaaS or this is better than SCA or, everyone's trying to, pump themselves up and see how they are. The thing that I like to say is those tools are fantastic at looking at what they were architected for. Vulnerabilities in source code, vulnerabilities in running applications, vulnerabilities during a functional test, identified during a functional test during QA. But the homework assignment I want to give everybody is look at all these tooling work great. See if you can find malware in their capabilities. When people talk software supply chain and a application security testing or AST tool says, hey, we do that as well, or an SCA vendor says, hey, we do software supply chain. Malware is the biggest issue associated with software supply chain attacks. None of those legacy or commonplace AST tools really look for malware. It's a different lens of risk, and usually that malware analysis was in the SOC. SOC analyst would use his tricks that he has to actually, identify, research, detonate, sandbox malware. But now it's actually something that is, I believe, more mainstream for the application security professional.
A way to look at what you're saying is we're all going to be or already have been breached. We have those experiences. It's not if or when. It happens, and it's going to continue to happen. To some degree, you can do things to prevent it. But once a successful compromise or attack has happened, what do? It's for some purpose, theft of data, injection of malware. So now what do you do once that's happened, right?
Well, that's the remediation, and having something that quickly identifies what has happened, why it's happened, and how to actually recover from it. And that's the thing. Most of these are novel. They've never been seen before. So you have to, it's very hard to find something if you don't know what to look for.
How can you test for it? You can't test for everything.
Yeah, and if you don't know that your build was compromised or your the source code was basically manipulated in some way in shape and form, I really think that the best program or the best approach is to think out of the box in terms of your testing. Don't just think that, it's magically going to fix itself if I find it. You have to be proactive, and then you have to have a plan to be reactive, because the next, Log4j or Spring Shell or software supply chain attack is going to happen. You should have the plan in place for a remediation cycle. All hands on deck, who is the one that's actually going to fix this? And that it does depend on what type of attack it is. Is it a tooling attack? Is it a typo squatting? Is it a potential compromise of a secret? There should be a plan for each of these type of attacks, predetermined, defined, and ready to roll out when a new incident is discovered.
Awesome. Well, Matt, it's been great talking with you. How's the show been going for you? I know this kind of feels more back towards the RSA we love and appreciate.
Yeah, my feet hurt, and my voice is starting to get a little scratchy. And
it's Wednesday.
Yes, it's Wednesday. One more day, and I believe that I would like to, just take a breath. And I think that it's been a fantastic show. Seen a lot of old colleagues, met a ton of new people, and the conversation has been, in my opinion, very good. I've enjoyed it very much.
Well, I wanted to thank you and also in Reversing Labs, the team there, for also sponsoring the DevOps Connect DevSecOps Day on Monday. Had some great panels and conversations, and thanks to technology companies like yourself.
You're welcome.
We can put those things on. So thank you for partnering.
I feel that's a great event. I've been to it many times, and it's just, I don't know, it's to the point. You had great speakers, a few of the people I knew pretty well that were on panels and one-on-one speaking opportunities. I think it's a great event, and if the audience out there is coming to RSA next year, I would highly suggest attending the event.
Will do. It's been fantastic. Matter of fact, we have a virtual version of that with some additional speakers and things coming out. I think it's in June. You can check techstrongevents.com. We'll tell you. But Matt, it's been wonderful talking with you.
Thank you.
Man.
Appreciate you having me.
Have a good rest of the show. Rest the dogs. So you'll wear them out before you
it's just
get through Thursday.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
Yep.
Great. Matt Rose, who's Field CISO with Reversing Labs, another fantastic guest. We will be back. I think we've got one more interview for the day, at least one. And we'll plug that in here in just a moment. So thanks for hanging in there with us. We'll be back from RSAC today, 2023.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
everybody. Welcome back. It's RSAC here in San Francisco 2023 in the Moscone Center West Broadcast Alley. We've got a great interview set up here, a conversation really set up here. I'm joined by two field CTOs, so there's actually three of us who are CTOs having this conversation, and both are with Sophos. Chester, John, welcome. Glad to have you both.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Yeah, good to have you here. Why don't you start out, introduce yourself, and then if you would introduce yourself, and then tell us about Sophos, and we'll kind of jump into some good stuff.
So I'm John Shire, Field CTO with Sophos. Been at the company for almost 16 years now. Done a variety of jobs in the company, both on the sales side and now doing a lot of research and analysis within the Office of Technology.
Awesome, fantastic. Chester?
I'm Chester Wisniewski. I'm also Field CTO for Applied Research at Sophos. I'm almost 20 years now almost at Sophos, but largely, again, working on with all of our researchers around the world, right? We've got lots of teams, data scientists, we got people looking at malware, we got people looking at web threats, we got incident response, we've got all these different things, and so we're really trying to help paint the big picture for folks and collect all that intelligence from all those smart people doing the work and turning it into something that we can use to hopefully secure ourselves better.
And the broader Sophos, tell us what Sophos does.
Yeah, so Sophos, for those that haven't heard of us, I mean, we're an enterprise security company. A lot of folks associate us with our start in antivirus back in the 1980s, but we've got our fingers in a lot of pies now, from everything from managed detection and response services and incident response services through firewalls, endpoint security, XDR, all the things a business needs to keep itself safe.
Fantastic. Yeah, I remember using Sophos as my AV.
Yeah, I think we're what was this, our 37th anniversary this year, I think. So we're one of the old timers, but
38, I think it's 1985, wasn't it?
1985, yeah, 38, I guess. Yeah, sorry.
85. Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. Fantastic. Well, so lots of things we can talk about. I know you just come out with a report, kind of looking at incidents and some of the interesting kind of facts and tidbits about it. Just, John, tell us if you can summarize some of the highlights from it.
Certainly. So yeah, we came up with the 2023 Active Adversary Report, and it's a look back at all of the incident response investigations that we did in the past calendar year. And the idea being that we want to tease out some metrics. We want to look at demographics, we want to look at maybe the root causes of these attacks and some of the tools that get used. And out of that, maybe provide people with some advice about, if this is what we're seeing, then maybe these are the kinds of things that you might want to address within your networks, right? We don't want necessarily to focus on one or two things, because as the title of the report suggests here, everything everywhere all at once, there's a lot out there to protect against.
Absolutely.
So we want you to really look at your environment and go, okay, knowing how these attacks unfold, how can we actually protect our network given some of the weaknesses that we have or the capabilities that we're lacking right now? And to give you a few of the high-level topics within the report, we saw exploiting vulnerabilities followed by compromised credentials were sort of the top two root causes. So there's still a big problem out there with people patching their devices, and when they're not breaking in, they're logging in. So they're getting compromised credentials by various means. Could be through phishing, could be through buying them off initial access brokers, IABs. And once they're in the network, they're getting to work fairly quickly with all sorts of tools. So between the tools and techniques that we tracked, over 500 tools and techniques that were used. So it's just a massive volume of things that you need to look at. So then I started looking at maybe different slices of the data going, well, are there things that maybe stand out from the data? And this is why it led me to that title, was there was no day of the week that attackers prefer. There was no one tool that attackers preferred. Every industry was represented. And so it comes back to the fact that if you're going to do security properly, you really need to understand where are you today, and then where can you be going to move the needle on some of these things so that you are less of an opportunistic target for some of these cyber criminals.
Yeah, we wish it would be as simple as, if you just, this is the trend, go take care of this, you'll be good for 6 months.
Right.
Right?
But that just isn't the case.
It just isn't the case,
No.
Yeah. Interesting. Tell me a little bit about your take on kind of this topic.
So many ideas, because obviously when John says, half the time they're breaking in and half the time they're logging in, that's not terribly helpful to me either, because clearly we've been talking about patching for a very long time. That's not news to anyone, topic, right? Yeah. And neither is credential theft or password theft. It's not like, oh, now that I know this, I can go and be safe, because these seem kind of obvious. So the question is, why are we failing at this so badly? That's kind of how I start looking into this. I'm like, what is it that could lead to these things not being patched? And sometimes we're talking many months, if not many years, unpatched. When it's so obvious how important that is, and especially, as we all went into remote work during the pandemic, I think we all realized that remote access tools into our network were both necessary and a giant risk. So you'd hope to think that you would put an extra emphasis on patching that particular equipment, being that it's all out there flapping in the wind on the internet and you can't turn it off because you need it for your employees to work. So, we've been interpreting the report. So the report itself, if people read it, is all factual data from all of our incidents. But we're kind of doing more of the crystal ball gazing of going, well, what can we read in from this to figure out how are we failing in these ways that isn't maybe quite as data driven, right? And on the patching front, my pet theory at the moment is just a lot of organizations still have security reporting in through their IT infrastructure, through their IT organization, as opposed to assessing the risk and security as a separate thing, depending on the size of the org, maybe through a CIO or another part of the leadership team. And as a result, you're competing for resources with projects that are being delivered that will make the business more efficient or more profitable.
Revenue, more functionality, and market faster
We need to move
market.
this to the cloud. We need to deploy the new Salesforce project, and my bonus and my OKRs is based on the successful launch of this project in Q3. And if I am late, I'm going to pull resource and shift it over here to things that I'm going to get a pat on the back for, going to make management happy. Nobody knows that the VPN server didn't get patched. And I know it's important, but I also probably underestimate how quickly a bad guy's going to find that thing that's unpatched. And I think those things all come to this perfect storm, leading to so many of these victims having such obvious failings for how these incidents begin in their networks.
And because I haven't heard of a bunch of other victims like myself, maybe being a small or medium-sized company, that's why I'm underestimating the risk. And also, I think a lot of companies overestimate their capability when it comes to them being under attack and how they can respond.
They're never going to find my server. It's like, do you realize that with modern network scanners, we can scan the whole internet in 3 hours?
They
right?
know everybody's servers. Yeah. It's not a matter of knowing about you, right?
I was joking yesterday that, if we'd finally get around to doing IPv6, at least we'd slow down the scanning,
Yeah.
But that's probably not a realistic answer to this problem. The realistic answer is we need to help people assess that risk more accurately to understand how much higher that risk is than they think it is, so that they can adjust the priorities correctly to hopefully start accomplishing
Need a
these
bigger
tasks on time.
botnet to find all the IPv6.
That's true.
A little quantum computing here and there. I'm curious, so, I've had this discussion with the security in the network organization, and that there's the reverse of what you're saying, which is there's so much security technical debt. I can't get my developers, IT, infrastructure folks to work on those things because they are the same things: functionality, revenue generating, getting us to the cloud. It's a dilemma that I think where it sits may help, but I don't think it's going to solve it. At least I haven't heard anybody's cracked that nut yet.
No, it's not an all-in-one answer, but it's about ensuring that the incentives for the leadership that are responsible for security are aligned with accomplishing security. And whatever that looks like, I don't know, every organization is going to have a different org chart and how that it's going to fit right within their organization. And clearly, as a security company, which is what I know best, that doesn't apply to most businesses in the world. Most businesses don't operate like Sophos. I know what works for us. But there is commonality in much of the victims where I'm seeing that seems to be one of the contentious points. Is it's always a competition for resources in the end. And when John talks about overconfidence, I think it's another piece of this, which is a lot of the organizations, especially with current budget situations, with the economy the way it's been the last year or two, sometimes you can get products, but you can't get people. So we might have the right technologies, but we don't have the people. Either they don't have the time, or we don't have the quantity of the people, or the education to use the tools correctly. And therefore, I was well equipped to potentially address these threats, but I never got around to doing it.
One of the great things about sharing your data from the incidents that you've helped customers with, and I'm starting to have a lot of these conversations with people who do that, sometimes individual consultants or folks like yourself with Sophos, is sharing some of those experiences. And part of the thing to share is, by the way, there's some good practices, but here's the things not to do. Right? There are things that you can make your job impossible coming in, or maybe a much more difficult, like, tainting evidence and turning off servers while encryption is running and all kinds of things. What are some of those worst practices to not do?
Yeah, well, that's you mentioned a couple right there, and I think when I start to look at some of these investigations, one of the key reasons you bring an incident responder in, besides obviously closing the hole that caused the incident in the first place and evicting the attacker, is having a timeline of what happened. How did everything unfold? What things were touched? Which also lets you understand what things do I need to remediate, right? Having that data will mean that you might not be victimized again. And we have seen in some attacks where the victim would start to roll incident response before they actually fixed the original cause of that attack, which then caused other threat actors to walk in. And in particular, we actually wrote about this on our Sophos News blog. There were 3 attackers in one victim that all used the same way in. It was an exposed RDP machine, and they were able to use that. In other cases, we have where you start rolling incident response, you wipe all the machines, you find that you can't do it yourself as well, and so then you call an external third party, and then you ask us what happened, and this is kind of like asking the police detective to go in there after you've bleached everything down, you've cleaned up the crime scene, you've taken all the shell casings, and go, okay, tell me what happened. There's only so much we can do at that point, right? And then finally, there's, in my opinion, kind of the worst, which is a lot of companies just don't keep telemetry at all. They either, their logs go into a bit bucket, or they roll over way too quickly, and now there's just literally nothing for us to look at. And at the end of the day, we want you to be safer. We want to give you advice on how to not be victimized again, and to also increase your level of security after this event so that you're even more resilient against attack. And if we can't give you that advice based off of how this attack unfolded, then you're kind of left where you were at the beginning, which is with potential exposure and potentially reduced security posture.
Interesting. It's almost like the DIY home makeover rescue shows, right? Where homeowner tried to do the makeover themselves and got in over their heads very quickly. I mean, the average organization is not going to be highly competent at responding to an incident. At least I think most of the world. Larger enterprises, people who have teams that can do the tabletops and all the other things to get ready.
It does stratify a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What were your thoughts, Chester?
Well, I think, you desperately do want to know, when did this start? And I was fascinated by some of the different things that you found about, like, where we had a very early artifact and then a giant gap of time, and then all of a sudden a cluster of activity, right? Which suggests that perhaps
91 days, in fact, of median.
The median, 91 days.
Interesting.
There you go, the data guy.
Wait for the quarter to roll or something.
Yeah. Well, but I think it's proof that this stuff is being cached and bought and sold somewhere, and your product sitting on a shelf compromised in a criminal inventory in a marketplace, and then they finally move the product 91 days later on average. And suddenly the thing happens. So there's lots of time to detect these things if you're watching. And the two things that help both what he's talking about and I think help with this is, even if you don't have a crack team of security people, deploying modern tools that are keeping track of all this stuff at least both helps us unravel it and gives you a chance at detection. XDR tools, things like that. Like, even if you didn't know how to prevent the attack, at least when the incident responders come in, there's detailed log of everything that happened, so it can be unraveled. Right. Yeah. Go back to rewind time to go, how did this all happen? And that's incredibly helpful in those cases. And in the best case scenario, the median time to compromise once the activity started was 11 days?
10 days.
10 days. 10 days is a long time if you're watching.
Long time. Yeah,
so if you've got these XDR tools deployed, even if you only have a chance to check them, say, 3 times a week, you might catch it on day 2 or day 3 on average, before the data's been exfiltrated, before the ransomware's been positioned, maybe before the Active Directory's been compromised to start copying malicious binaries, all that kind of stuff. 10 days is a good amount of time. The defenders have a chance. If you're trying, you actually have a great chance at least short-circuiting the attack, if not stopping it entirely. But it does take some time and effort and and more advanced tooling than simply good old-fashioned antivirus.
And there are multiple signals, right? Chester's already just talked about how there's that lag time, maybe when you're sitting on the shelf. Then there's really the bulk of the attack, right? The activity, the 10 days. But even within that, there's other signals as well. Specifically, when we're talking about ransomware, there are events that occur with a lot of these ransomware as a service crews where they do data exfiltration on top of the encryption, right? And so what we've noticed is there's at least a 2-day median time there as well, from the time when we start seeing tools like our clone and Megasync client land on the network and start preparing the data to when it actually gets, to when the ransomware actually gets deployed. Right? So the data exfiltration is happening during that time. So you've got another crack at it, right? You could detect those tools, you could detect the exfiltration, the volume of data that's walking out the front door very often, or going to the mega.io cloud,
That's
right?
the best threat indicator.
Exactly.
If you have an unexpected 4 gigabytes going to mega, you probably ought to look into that.
There's a blip on our network usage.
Right. It's harder to spot when it's OneDrive, but it's really easy to spot when it's mega. So
that's right. So now you've got another crack at it. So organizations do have a chance. But again, it comes down to having the telemetry and then having somebody pay attention that understands the telemetry and then finally knows what to do about it when they see it. And that's where services like MDR really help, because we have that knowledge, right? We have that capability.
Yeah, you hope that a defense team in most organizations has not faced off with Lockbit 3 times. Right? And yet...
Let's give it another go.
Well, exactly. I mean, so you don't get the experience to recognize, hey, that's Lockbit. Whereas an MDR service, unfortunately, probably has squared off with them a few dozen times this month. And they can spot that and I've seen that before. I know what that is.
And when they do that, they'll do this next and then that. And then so we can really be proactive about it.
And then that gives us the best part of that 10 days of dwell time, because now our time to detect is an hour instead of a day. And now we can do something about it more quickly.
So let me ask you a personal question. So take your company hat off. I'm not asking for any secrets. Both of you have been doing this for a while. You've been with the same company for a while, 20 plus, coming up on 20 yourself. I'm thinking about the people who are entering security, maybe got a few years under their belt, and discovering what they like and why they like it. Why have you been doing this for 20 years, plus or minus?
It's interesting, right? There's, as I look over the years that I've been doing this, technology has changed quite dramatically. The way that we do things, both on a defensive side and the way that the attackers are doing things, has changed dramatically. It's grown, right? The threat has grown exponentially. Back in the days when we started, the I love you viruses, and the Melissas,
the I love you virus. Oh wow, long for the days.
Virus and all those things, right? Yeah, those were interesting. But then I did live through Code Red and NIMDA and a bunch of those where I'm in a SOC banging away at a keyboard with the CTO looking over my shoulder, going, when are we going to stop the SQL slammer, right? Putting in firewall rules as fast as I can get them in there, and network core network router rules. And while some things, like we've talked about with patching, maybe are taking a little longer to be adopted than we would like from a defensive standpoint, there's been enough change and churn and new technologies just to keep it interesting, right? But at the very core, I'm passionate about helping people do better and be better at whatever it is they do, and in this case it's technology and securing networks. And this is why I'm in the role that I'm in now, is because I get to do this kind of stuff, talk to people like you, and we get to talk about this all the time, our customers, the media, the world at large, to just really help them move the needle and get to that better place where technology is ubiquitous, we all get the benefits of the snazzy new gadgets, but we do it in a safe and secure way.
How about you, Chester?
Well, I kind of started hacking and monkeying around. Well, I was a teenage hacker when I started in the 80s, and that, to me, it was fascinating that it's like MacGyver. You're using things in a way they weren't intended to be used. Like, you're getting creative about, well, I got these things, how can I combine them in a different way to get a different outcome? And I found that just endlessly, it's creative, it's fascinating, it's a puzzle.
It's intellectually stimulating.
It just triggered all the right things in my brain. And the other part of it was that no day is like the day before as fast as everything's moving, so I don't get bored. I get bored very easily. So that's been fascinating. I mean, the only 2 weeks of the year where it feels like nothing is changing is this week and the week of Black Hat and DEF CON, where we hear the same thing 700 times because we're at RSA, and it's like, oh.
Are you saying this is an echo chamber?
It feels a bit like an echo chamber.
There is a bit of an echo.
But, every other day of the year, it's like everything is new every day. And it's a new challenge that's demanding an even more intellectually challenging response or creativity to address that challenge. And if we're successful, and our entire goal is to try to make people's lives safer and easier, it just seems like a win, especially if people are willing to pay you to do it.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Well, let me say thank you for doing what you do. Appreciate how you help your customers, your company, all of us. And when people need to call Ghostbusters, thankfully there are Ghostbusters around to call, network security people. So thank you, both of you, Chester, John, for being with us, and thanks for Sophos offering you up to share some insights from your report and your own personal experience. So
thanks for the conversation. It was great talking to you.
Look forward to doing it again sometime.
Sounds good.
Absolutely.
Maybe we'll see you at Black Hat.
Yeah, I'll see you at Black Hat. Exactly. Okay, I think that's our last interview of the day, and what a way to wrap up. I think it's fantastic and some kind of personal insights of what motivates people to do this kind of work and holding their interest in network security. So thank you for joining us on Techstrong, our RSA live stream from RSAC 2023. We're going to start up in the morning. We'll be doing more of this, so please join us on, what day is it? Wednesday? So join us Thursday. I have no idea what day it is. And we'll see you tomorrow on Thursday. And be sure to check out videos that we have on techstrong.tv. We've got some new content coming up from KubeCon last week that's being edited, and that'll be up soon. And of course, we'll get this up also for replay then. Be safe, and we'll see you tomorrow.